Want to support artists more?
Attention, please. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All rise for the national anthem.
morning. Good morning, everybody. How are we feeling today? So, today is an amazing day. About to be an amazing conference. Pamela, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling excited.
It's amazing. So, today, we stand on the clouds of innovation. Surrounded by some of the brightest minds, some of the visionaries, and the dreamers who dare to shape the future.
Respectech, where technology beats life into ideas, where we advance solutions, break down barriers, and bridge the gap between industry and talent. Here, tech talent meet industry giants, solution seekers find their providers, policy makers join hands with private sector leaders to lead with the truth.
Over the next few days, prepare to be inspired, empowered, and enriched. Prepare to engage in dialogue and spark revolutions. Prepare to engage and dive into workshops that bring interpretation.
We are here to push the boundaries, to redefine what's possible, and to transform the future of all Africa.
Because we shall not report of ideas. Together we are powerful, resourceful, built to make history to leave a legacy.
So, we welcome you with open arms and open hearts to the Respectech Conference. You are all welcome to the most anticipated tech conference that I know, the Respectech Conference. In-house myself. Thank you for making the decision to be a part of history.
So, what are we going to expect today, Pamela?
I'm excited, I am pumped, I can't wait to see the insightful panel discussions. I can't wait to hear the people that got jobs and spot interviews and job announcements. I can't wait for all the DLAs from blockchain to social California to all bank ideas. I am really excited.
So today is all about engaging the future of Africa. The future of Africa is our ourselves. So today we put together like a large startup group and a large experience that we take to the reality.
Thank you for joining us. We can't wait to kick off with you. And without any further ado,
Thank you so much for just listening.
okay, should I introduce myself? Okay, so my name is Pamela. Pamela Williams, and my co-host is... Thank you. So please say attention to yours. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, please make welcome the director of Fiscal Sponsorship at Salewood Fund, California, Oliver. Hi, don't stop clapping till he gets to the stage.
That's right. Entities. What if we could start investing in seed Nigerian companies fueled by Nigerian energy and ingenuity? Enterprises that would employ people, pay them fairly, while earning enough profit to support scaled humanitarian initiatives. This is precisely why we are all here today at the official launch of our new social enterprise, Respectech. A business committed to training and finding employment for the next generation of Nigerian technology workers. Today I stand before you with a message of hope and optimism for the future growth and development of Nigeria, particularly within the burgeoning tech sector. In recent years, we've seen an extraordinary surge in innovation and entrepreneurship, firmly placing Nigeria on the global technology map. This success is a testament to the intelligence, creativity, and hard work of the Nigerian people. With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is blessed with a large youthful demographic. Nigeria's young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they are shaping the future today. They are digital natives, tech-savvy, and brimming with innovative ideas that have the potential to transform this nation and the world. This generation is leveraging technology to create solutions that address local challenges and have global relevance. One of the most powerful signs of growth in the Nigerian sector is the rise of Nigerian startups. Lagos, often referred to as the Silicon Valley of Africa, has become a hub for tech innovation. Companies like Prestack, Flutterware, and Aldera are not just Nigerian success stories, but are celebrated globally. These startups have attracted significant international investment, underscoring the confidence the world has in Nigeria's potential. The Nigerian government is also playing a crucial role in creating and enabling an environment for tech growth. Initiatives like the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy and the establishment of tech hubs and innovation centers across the country are laying a solid foundation for sustained growth. The enactment of the Startup Act is another positive step, providing a regulatory framework that supports tech entrepreneurs and encourages innovation. Education and skills development are critical to sustain this momentum. We are seeing a proliferation of training boot camps, tech academies, and online learning platforms that equip Nigerian youth with the necessary skills to thrive in the digital economy. Initiatives like the Nigeria Digital Economy Summit and partnerships with global tech giants are providing young minds with opportunities to learn, grow, and compete on an international stage. Moreover, the spirit of collaboration within the tech ecosystem is heartening. Nigerian techies are increasingly engaging with their peers across Africa and the world, sharing knowledge, resources, and experience. This collaborative spirit fosters an environment where ideas can flourish and innovative solutions can emerge. Nigeria's greatest resource isn't just found beneath the soil, but in the people. Nigeria is abundant in one of the most precious natural resources, human capital. The nation is home to some of the most intelligent, creative, and hardworking individuals in the world. I know, I've been around the world. The ingenuity and resilience of Nigerians are evident across various sectors, from literature and music to science and technology. The only thing holding Nigeria back has been the opportunity to fully manifest these characteristics. Current unemployment statistics reveal the challenges Nigeria faces. As of the latest reports, Nigeria's unemployment rate stands at around 33%. This figure is not just a statistic, but a call to action. Our objective is to mine this human capital, to harness the talent and drive of the people, and to change the narrative that surrounds Nigeria. Give yourself a round of applause. By investing in education, infrastructure, and supportive policies, we can unlock the immense potential within Nigerian youth. The world needs to know that Nigeria is one of its best kept secrets, a nation brimming with talent, innovation, and the drive to excel. Looking ahead, the potential for growth in Nigeria's tech sector is boundless. We are at the cusp of a digital revolution that promises to drive economic diversification, create jobs, and improve the quality of life for millions of Nigerians. With continued investment in infrastructure, education, and policy, we can build a robust and inclusive digital economy. I am confident that Nigeria will not only continue to be a leader in African tech innovation, but will also be a key player on the global stage. Let us embrace this journey with optimism and determination, knowing that the future we envision is within our grasp. Together, we can harness the power of technology to create a brighter and more prosperous Nigeria for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a powerful, powerful introduction. Where do I even start after such an amazing? First of all, I just want to say, can we give a round of applause for the work that Social Good Funds Africa is doing? I appreciate the fact that you see the potential in Africa and you're willing to put your money where your mouth is, and which is something that is very rare in today's world. So thank you so much for that. I picked up a couple of things from what you were saying. In terms of the human capital available in Africa and how we've been looking away and thinking that oil is the future. whereas the future is in our people. Part of why we're having this conference today is because we realize the importance of creating opportunities for the Nigerian people. They're ready to work. I guess you agree with me. The opportunities aren't readily available, but today with conferences like this, we hope to change that. Another thing I want to say as well is what I found very interesting about your speech was the importance of collaboration, right? I don't think one body can do this alone. Seeing how many partners we have in this conference is a clear indication that Africa is waking up to the importance of collaboration. And we appreciate you for showing us the lead, showing us how it can be done. So today we're hoping for an amazing conference. I want everybody to be ready, open up your minds, take your notepads as well. There's so much to learn. And for the job seekers out here, there's an opportunity. We have a lot of partners ready to listen to you, ready to guide you and provide the necessary opportunities. We also mentioned the fact that there are machineries on ground who are part of this conference who are helping things work. Without any further ado, I want to bring in Pamela. She's going to be talking to us about Respectech, the idea behind Respectech, and how we plan to change the future together. Can we give a round of applause for Pamela?
Thank you so much, Jackpot. Thank you so much. So I would just like to share a little bit about the Respectech campus. How many of us here know about the Respectech campus? No, that's not a great number. If you know about the Respectech campus, say, yes, I know about the Respectech campus. Okay, so a lot of people do not know about the Respectech campus. Now, we're here at the Respectech Conference. You may ask yourself, what exactly is Respectech? What do they do? What are they about? So Respectech basically is all about bridging the gap between talent in Africa and opportunities, be it globally or locally. Did you catch that? Great. So Respectech is in the business of alleviating the problem of unemployment in Africa. Africa has a lot of potential. I mean, look to your side, up and down. You're going to see a room filled with people that have brimming and rich potential. But you know what? That potential hasn't been tapped, right? And Respectech wants to blow up, right? So Respectech is in that business of ensuring that Africa is seen on the global stage. Just like Oliver said, Nigeria is the world's best kept secret, and Nigeria is where in Africa. So you can imagine the silver that we have in our continent. Proud to be African. Please a hand for yourself. I don't think you're excited. If you're proud to be African, please a hand for yourself, because we deserve all the accolades that we can get. Thank you very much. So at Respect HR, we have what we call campus days, where these tech talents come together and learn about different tech skills, from data analysis to cybersecurity, digital marketing, software development, and even UI UX design. So we have in our pool over 5,600 Respect techies, like we like to call them. These people are learning and grinding every day just so that they can make a change, not just for themselves, but from that village that they come from, or from that community that they come from, or from that group that they belong to. So like I said, Respectech is leading with the truth and setting up Africa for global success. Did you catch that? If you did, a hand for yourselves. Thank you very much. So we're here now at the Respectech Conference, and if you can flow, you understand that we are putting Africa's human resource to work through technology and innovation. We have a path, we have a goal, and we want to get everybody to a better life. We want a better Africa for everyone. One person doesn't have to be the star of the show. We all need to be the star of the show and change the African narrative that is plaguing Africa, if you know what I mean. Right. So at this point, I wouldn't like you to just sit on your seat and look at me. I want you to walk up to a couple people, introduce yourself, get to know them in 30 seconds, and your time starts now. Now is that opportunity to meet that person you want to talk to or you'd like to connect with in this conference. This is an open call. Don't be shy. Get up from your seat. Go up to somebody and say, hello, my name is Pamela and I'm a creative. I'm a techie. I'm a talent. We cannot be shy. Get up from your seat. Say hello to somebody. Exchange contact with them. Take a selfie. Tell them why you're happy to be here. Tell them what you do and get it going. Yes, I am loving this. If you are still sitting, you are wrong. Get up from your seat. I see you. You are wrong. Get up and get going. Talk to somebody. Get their contact. Follow them on social media. If you're on LinkedIn, share your LinkedIn profile. If you're on Twitter, share your Twitter profile. If you're on Instagram, share your Instagram profile. Exchange, connect. We are here to put Africa's human resource to work, and that is what we want to do. And we do not know where the next partnership would come from or where the next collaboration will come from. So get those numbers and get clicking. Ensure to take selfies while at it. Don't just sit and mope. Stand up and take selfies, get their phone numbers and connect with them. Oh, hi, hello. Somebody wants to connect with me. Yay. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you. Pamela, my name is Pamela. What's your name?
Aisha.
Nana Khadija.
Nice.
What's your name?
Miriam.
Oh, great. Nice to meet you. Okay, great. I would like to get in contact too.
What's your name?
Godlina.
Godlina. What do you do, Godlina?
I'm a student at University of Abuja.
Yes. Nana Khadija. Nice to meet you.
Okay. So,
Hello there. You look sharp. What's your name? Have one hat.
what do you do?
Hi.
I'm a social media manager.
Manager.
Oh, hello there. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Margaret.
Margaret, yes.
Margaret. That's my mom's name.
Hello, hi, nice to meet you.
What do you do, Margaret?
I'm a data analyst.
Margaret is a data analyst. Anybody else want to say hello? Okay. Can I get in
Okay,
as
yes,
well?
it's Sophie. Yes, you can get in.
Hello.
Everyone,
My name is Nefemi. I'm from University of Abuja.
University of Abuja. What are you studying?
What do you say?
What are you studying?
I'm into online business. I sell sneakers, different kind of wears.
right there. I'm talking about.
That's what today is about.
Yes. Oh, yes, please.
This is a start down.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We can now head back to our seats now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Khadija. Thank you, Nana.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Margaret.
Aisha.
Don't forget that. I love the energy in the room. Amazing.
If you sat down, you are wrong. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Please just have our seats.
Have our seats. Wow. Pamela, what an amazing atmosphere.
Honestly, I love the energy in the room.
I love the energy. I'm getting this feeling that everyone came here with the right mindset, ready to connect, ready to collaborate, ready to learn and engage. And our job here is to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible.
Definitely, right on time.
I guess so far so good.
Yes, I'm
Of
enjoying
course, of
myself.
course.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Are
No,
we-
that yes
Are
is
you
not loud
enjoying
enough.
yourself?
Are you enjoying yourself?
That's what we
Thank
love. That's what we
you.
love. The Nigerian spirit, I love it. Was such a resilient bunch of people, great energy. We're always ready for a good time, always ready to connect, always ready to learn, always ready to engage. And that's part of why we're here today.
Honestly, and in the room with us today are some amazing special guests that chose to come all the way for the Respectech Conference. We are happy to have them. I can see them all over the room and I'm so excited. Please make welcome Dr. Palesa Mothapo, all the way from South Africa, Nelson Mandela University. A hand for her. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
We are grateful to have you. I can also see in the room Dr. Naomi Osamedua, thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
so much.
coming. We are happy to have you. Thank you so much. I can also see in the room some representatives from NITA, the National Information Technology Development Agency of our dear Nigeria. Please wave if you're in the room. Thank you so much, NITA,
for the
for being
support.
here. We are so excited to have you. And I can see some other very amazing guests.
Of course, of
Like
course.
they are everywhere. Please a
Everywhere.
hand for yourself. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you
We
so
are excited
much.
to have you. So we'll be moving right into our agenda for the day with the next show. Are we ready?
Of course, we're ready. Yeah.
Okay, media, take it away. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. All right, I think our Respect Techies are in the house. If you're a Respect Techie, can you wave your hand? Oh, interesting. Make some noise, Respect Techies. Energy! That's the energy we're looking for. Please stand up and celebrate yourself because you've been doing an amazing job. You've been doing an amazing job by choosing to learn. So these are actual Respect Techies, people taking courses at the Respectech campus. Like I said earlier on, the Respectech campus is here in Abuja at Wuse Zone 7. 24 Bambari Crescent, Wuse Zone 7. If you're looking at taking a tech skill, you can go there and learn. We have course mentors that come all the way to train these guys, and you can see. Can't you see how beautiful they look and qualified I feel they are? Right? Are we ready to make some money and get some jobs? You don't seem like you are. Make some noise for yourself. Exactly. That's the energy. Thank you very much, Respect Techies, for being here. You can have your seats. All right. To the people joining us virtually, thank you so much for joining us. We're happy that you're live. We're happy that we know that you're with us. Thank you so much for clearing out your busy schedule and being with us today. So we are also going to specially welcome the African Women Entrepreneurship Program, AWEP Rep, by Madam Nelly Ndaguba. Thank you so much for coming. Please a hand for her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So up next, we have a short but very interesting presentation from our Respect Techies. Are you ready to watch it? No, we don't sound like we're ready. Are we ready to watch it? Respect Techies, are you ready? I don't think you are. Are you ready? Okay, so if our Respect Techies are ready, let's have you up on stage. Media, take it away.
I'm sorry, we are here. We are not here to do any presentation, but we are here to shoot a problem in its leg. In Nigeria alone, the youth unemployment stands at 8.6%. That is about 15.7 million people, young people, that has no work to do. There are so many youths out there with skills, talent, and competencies, but yet they lack ease job opportunities. In 2022, Africa tech ecosystem attract over 5.2 billion US dollars in capital venturing funding alone. This reflects the connection between available resources and the ability to utilize them. Therefore, we made an inquiry to gain insight. Data-driven insight by analyzing data from tech job seekers as well as potential employers' pain points in their hiring process. This is the result of our analysis. For the tech job seekers, one of their major challenges is the fact that they lack easy access to job opportunities with clear job requirements and expectations. For the employers' pain point is that they find it very difficult in finding the right skills candidate with the right skill set. The Respectech case got thinking, ideating, creating the possible solution. What then is this solution? Ladies and gentlemen, tech professionals, potential employers, and tech trainers, it is with great honor that I introduce to you the solution, the Respectech platform. It is an online platform provided for job seekers to easily find job opportunities, to bridge the gap between job seekers as well as potential employers. It is to serve as a clear bridge between the job seekers and potential employers, whereby there is a clear description of the job requirements and the expectations. As for the employers, it provides a verified candidate credentials as well as having a seamless integration with AI and existing HR system. Amazing. This process makes the whole thing less daunting, more effective, and easier to handle. It is our vision and plan that by the end of 2024, 100,000 people will sign up to this platform, getting ease job access as well as connecting with potential employers. Permit me to invite my colleague. Let him give you a walkthrough on this Respectech platform, what it contains, and everything that it contains, as well as its comprehensive job management features. Thank you.
I know you're wondering what beautiful app is this, right? I want to walk you through how you can come up to this platform and get a job as a techie. Meanwhile, we also have a web dashboard for employers whereby you can go up there and be able to put up job opportunities so that tech talents can use this app to be able to get those jobs. So welcome to Respectech app. Can we get started? All right, we're still going to go through it. Sorry for the technical, but this app, way beyond job employment, what this app is planned for is not just to give you a job opportunity. This app is also designed to help techies be able to upskill, right? So if you are a new techie, this platform is also a good place where you can come up and then learn technical skills that will be able to afford you the opportunity to apply for a job. Let me walk you through. You're welcome to the Respectech app. Let's get started. This is our onboarding screen. As you can see, go next, sign up. Now, and come up here to input your name, your email address, put in your password, and then verify your password, and you're done. You can sign up. Now, for authenticity, we would need you to verify your email. So you put in the code and verify. Now you can log in either, like I said initially, we have a platform for the employer, we have a platform for the tech. But let's walk you through what the tech will experience when they go through this app. So let's say you are a UI UX designer trying to go through this app. Let's call our friend Michael. So Michael comes to this app and registers as a UI UX designer. He's a quite advanced designer, so Now, he's male, obviously. So let's get you started. So this is our dashboard, as you can see. Now, this much you can. As you can see, because he entered in as a UI UX designer, already the app has been able to select jobs that are centered around UI UX for him. So he'll be able to see. So can we? Yeah, he will be able to see different jobs opportunities that are related to UI UX. Meanwhile, he can still scroll down. Like I said, we have a platform for trainings, so he can scroll down and see relevant courses that has to do with tech, with UI UX. But now what he wants is to get a job. So let's get him a job. So he can click on the job icon, right? And then he can see different jobs opportunities here. Now let's click on UI UX. So up here, he can search for different categories. We have a filter up there that would allow him go through different, just to streamline the, we're expecting to have a lot of job opportunities here. So not to be lost in the pool of jobs, we have been able to make it possible for you to streamline your search to the particular job you are looking for. So you can go through, put in the UI UX and everything, and then you can come back here. So let's click on a job. Let's click on the job. So as you can see, the employer has posted a job opportunity. So he can come here and see the job details, the benefits of the job, and everything that entails of the job, and he can apply for that job. Is that not beautiful? Are you not excited? So let me walk you through how he can upskill. Let's go to learn. As you can see, there are different courses here where he can just click on one. He can go through the course. This is wireframing and storytelling in UI UX. He can go through and see the different courses, the different topics that he's going to go through to be able to finish the course, and then he enrolls. So this is a paid course, so he can pay for this course. They are going to be very, very affordable courses that will afford him to upskill. Meanwhile, we have free courses for people that are starting. So he can make the payment and go back to the dashboard. Now, this is an amazing experience, and what we look forward to doing with this is to make sure that we find everybody, every techie, being able to come up this platform and then get a job. Are you not tired of unemployment? Now, one of the major things that causes employment is businesses don't know where to find techies. Techies don't know where to find businesses. Voila, solved your problem.
Are you a job seeker, an employer, an HR agency like 3MTT, OTNI? Our platform has been designed to serve the entire ecosystem, making it easy for everyone to strive. For more information, please head out to the Respectech booth, where the Respectech will be there to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Respectech, wow. One of the things that catches my mind is this is an organization that actually cares and has a soul. A lot of people talk about identifying problems and knowing what it is they want to do. But you can tell that Respectech and their team are very particular about the problem. And they've looked for the pain points in terms of trying to look for jobs, in terms of developing your skill sets, and in terms of just knowing how to, the right places to look. So can we give a round of applause for the Respectech team? Thank you. So for me, I've always prided myself as Pan-African. I believe in Africa. I believe that Africa needs to come to a point where we believe in ourselves and we work together. And one of the things that happens when you're trying to do things in this kind of scale is that sometimes you think you're alone. Sometimes you think people don't understand what it is that you're going through, what it is, or don't care as much. But I met someone a couple of months ago, and he changed my view on Pan-Africanism and being black and being African and caring about the people. I found about so many works he was doing and how passionate he is about the tech space and all the innovation he's done. And for me, Africa needs more people that are vocal like this. And I'm happy that we're in this room. I'm happy that finally we can come together and do something worthwhile. So I'll bring Pamela up to help us introduce our next speaker. I just wanted to give you a brief intro in terms of he's a man that cares about Africa. He's a man that wants to
Pamela, the energy is low. This the energy is low.
also put Africa in the right place. Pamela, can you do the honors of introducing this amazing person?
Thank you so much, Jackpor. So, I'm so excited about the next speaker coming up. This is a man that inspires everybody, from the Respectechies to the staff that work at Respectech, to leading the vision of the why of Respectech. He understands that there's a problem and we are the solution. We are the determining factors to our own success. And he has embodied that in building the Respectech HR initiative. So without any further ado, I would like us to pay very close attention to our screen. Thank you.
Industry, breaking new ground and turning impossibilities into opportunities. His remarkable impact on social entrepreneurship, technology, and community development has left an indelible mark on Africa's landscape. He has spearheaded initiatives that foster positive outcomes. He has spearheaded initiatives that foster positive outcomes for individuals, communities, brainchild. Respectech HR is a groundbreaking initiative that is bridging the gap. Opportunities, therefore, driving growth and sustainability for Africa and her youth. He also founded companies such as Lycos Farms, Timewise Logistics, Ada's Creations, and Served Humanitarian Initiative. The only way to know you have led is to check how many people you have served, sacrificed for, and given to. Ladies and a visionary for change and innovation. The country director Oyewole Joledo, as he makes his way to the ground. Please make welcome the country director, Social Good Fund. Stop clapping till he gets there.
Don't stop clapping. Thank you so much.
Make some noise if you're. Thank you.
He doesn't like the fame.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Are we in Nigeria? Good morning, everyone. Wait, we can't be in Nigeria. Should we serve food? Okay, I personally cannot speak this way if we are going to be frowning, looking like the last shot. So I'm going to do something fun. I'm going to give one person an opportunity, the first person that comes in front here. Chief, are you not working with us as a volunteer? No. Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm going to give, no, I said one. So I'm going to give, that's the mic. So I'm going to give one person an opportunity, right? If you give interesting tech-wise, 1 minute, something that instills and makes the crowd excited, us at Respectech Campus, we're going to give you a and after that, I'll go to my speech. Wait, can I do that? Yeah, sure? Okay. I can see Aham has no problem. So just a 1 minute speech, something that inspires everyone. You might have a better speech than I do. Please face them. It's them. It's them. These lights are really bright. If
Ahmad Usman from University of Abuja.
University of Abuja.
Of Islamic Studies. Of people, especially the students, me, that no matter it doesn't say you can't go into tech. I was supposed to know the humanities in second, and I am very Islamic. I love tech more than what I'm doing in University of Abuja.
It is elevator, is not. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good everyone.
Your village people are here. Okay, go ahead. Is it the mic?
I'm Osman from Abuja. I'm from the faculty. I do. I'm into the editing. Yes, and I also like gather people like this for your community meetup like this, and also teach people like my brother. I even brought my. So it's not that tech is in.
But one more person. A round of applause for him.
Good day, everyone. I'm a recent graduate of biochemistry from Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development. My interest in tech stemmed from. Currently, I am closing up on 30 years, and I've seen that in the industry, was like maybe 28 years of age, whatever. And since I was in school, and I saw tech as a solitude, like I could run to this because no matter my age, I can still go in. And since then, I have been learning data analysis and development.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My speech is over. I don't need to give a speech.
So much.
I mean, we all know who is the winner, right?
Yeah.
Definitely give you a gift, and thank you so much for making my speech easier. Can I get some volume on this? Good morning, distinguished guests, special already established protocol. As I stand here today, I am reminded of continent, Nigeria and Africa. This is not just a speech from me, but a journey into my truth, my experience, and my aspirations for our collective future. We often work 3 times as hard as our counterparts in other continents. I have traversed the globe and it has left me with an internal ache for the hardship we African, simply for being Nigerian. So why are we all gathered here today? Why did we bring so many people into one space to deliberate the source, technology, and innovation? I have always asked myself, if people currently on the planet with 1.5 billion people being African, what then was her plan to take over 450 million without jobs and the rest of the population without access to proper infrastructure? Mother Earth must have told a secret to other countries, US, and to the rest of the world that she has refused to divulge to Africa. So after years of study of books, history, and observation, through BScs, MScs, and MBAs, tech training in Brain Station, London, and leadership trainings in California, her highly kept secret, a secret that Da Vinci, a secret that Stevie Wonder saw, and only Nostradamus could predict. When I found, just like Davido finds Chioma, Mother Earth in the thick of the woods, I was upset at her, like an orphan upset at his absent parents. I had questions, and damn, I needed answers. As she picked up sticks from broken of rushing waters from Gurara Falls, I could feel the years of sedimentation that made Kilimanjaro so solid. We eventually got to Cape Town, South Africa, Palesa, and we pause that lasted 1,000 ages. I asked, secret of prosperity from Africa. What did you tell other continents that you have reached in Africa? She paused. She sighed. Then she said, "You are the world's best kept." She's the world's best kept secret. I gave you a strong, not just to cultivate the present, but to seed the future. The people of Africa are flexible as the Gurara Falls and resolute as a well-built city that exists for the future. So, but our future? I have read about pregnancy. They are trimesters, 3 months. There are 3 months each in each of the semester. Now I speak to you, Nigeria. We must nurture 3 things if we decide to take our stage in the world. Nigeria, your trimester, 3 things we must nurture for us to give birth to greatness. Talent. Nigeria's tech ecosystem is a wellspring of human capital with a young innovation and brimming with raw talent. African companies like Flutterwave, Figivest, and Respectech HR in the tech ecosystem, we also can thrive as a continent. Number 2, we must nurture treasure. Treasure trove of untapped potentials with an abundance of venture capital and investment opportunities waiting to be unlocked. Nigerian startups attracted over $1.5 billion in funding, more than any other African country that year. This demonstrates the significant appetite for Nigerian innovation among global investors. And number 3, we must nurture Nigeria. Time is of the essence in Nigeria's change, and innovation is accelerating at a breakneck speed. We must act with a sense of urgency to capitalize on this momentum. By streamlining regulatory processes, improving infrastructure, and creating a supportive startup ecosystem, we can help Nigerian tech companies move from ideation to execution in record time. Nigeria is pregnant, and during these trimesters, is about to give birth to an identity that is so strong, so impactful, and honestly, so relevant. Thanks to Social Good Fund Africa, and that is empowering youth with relevant global tech skills, and NITDA, that is peer and rapid digital technological advancement, we will get to that dream. Yesterday was for the world. Today is for Africa. Mother Earth demands it. And of course, the whole world demands it.
Wow. Thank you so much. I warned you about this guy. Like his passion for Africa, his passion for Nigeria, his passion for... Part of that passion is why we're here today. About the talent, the treasure, and the as Africans. But I believe that today we're going to leave here more confident about our collective good, more confident about what role we have to play in the world today. But I feel, and everyone is a bit, the mood is a bit dance group called the Magic Steppers. They're just gonna shake and African. I'm curious to see how that works out. So without further ado, let's come true. Thank you.
We know not where it comes from. Create worlds and fill them with life. That. For a time we lived in harmony, but like all great power, others were evil, and so began the war. Till it was consumed by death, and the cube was lost to the far reaches of space. Hoping to find it and rebuild a home, searching the stars. And just when all hope seemed lost, the message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Let's have some fun.
Now make me the misbehave. With them, I got me, oh, chase. Baby, feeling the boy like Oleku. Oh, yeah, see the way I want it. Baby, take your body, How do the beat jazzy? Malato,
Before time began, there was the cue it comes from. Only that it holds the power to create.
Amazing! Give it up for Magic Steppers. That was such. I mean, Africa is so beautiful. Could you look at the girls dancing and how the way? I mean, I love that. Steppers, thank you so much. That was amazing. Africa rich in potential, like I always say, and it's so amazing to see the energy display of their energy, both physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Time that was over the roof. Thank you so much, Magic Steppers. I am excited at the Respectech Conference and to move us further into our why, into us to work through technology and innovation. Some now we'll be diving right into our global panel session, but first would make Africa work. We need to decide on what policies would affect Africa. So if our panelists are in the house, please, next panel session. Media, please give us the brief.
The waters of policy making that offers creativity and undermines the very essence of technological progress.
of industry leaders are ready to answer. Delve into explore strategies for navigating the evolving tech landscape, from data privacy regulations to cybersecurity. We'll share invaluable insights to help you drive organizational success in the digital age. Gentlemen, please make welcome our speakers as they make their way to the grand stage of the Respectech Conference.
Welcome our global panelists for the Bishop Cooker Policy Panel session to the stage. Thank you very much.
That was a greeting. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Effiong. It's my privilege to moderate this panel session this morning. Are these mics working, or would have to get handheld mic for the panel? All right. Firstly, I'd just like to give a shout out to the organizers of the Respectech Conference. I would like to applaud them for the ingenuity in the name itself. I play basketball, and we have on the court, when you score on someone and you tell them, put some respect on my name, put some respect on my name. But the folks at Respectech did not wait for anyone to put respect. They put the respect in their name. So today we're going to be discussing on this very important panel, the Bishop Cooker Policy Panel, delicate balance between fostering innovation and ensuring appropriate regulations in the tech sector. My panelists an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves, and then we'll get straight in. If we could start from you, sir.
I'm a director at SU Associates, working on payment policies while working at the Central Government Policy for IBM for West Africa. So it's a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Waimi Erivo, Director General for the Women Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aham Ra. We're an industry agnostic investment and holding company based out.
You're welcome, sir. So our panelists cover a range of in policy making to the private sector to investors, and so participatory. We're going to have a Q&A session. So if you have policy, please have them ready as we'll fill them later. So, the Innocent Isiche, what do you think challenges faced by company looking to recruit Africa, and how do you think these challenges can best be mitigated?
Hi. Your question. So one of the major regulatory challenges I think that making sure there's greater harmonization across institutions. So they are more or less, you have a well-coordinated approach and they're all speaking the same language. And I think it's a key issue that is very important if you want to engage and enable more tech investment. It's something that the government certainly has to think about. The second aspect, I think, is also skills gap. Working to boost human capital, and this requires working with other large. We need today to give Nigeria an edge is something that we actually pay great attention to. For example, things that ecosystem over the next couple of years.
Okay, round of applause for panelists, please. Oh, all right, Ma. On your work as an advocate in women economic empowerment, a lot of people have touted tech to be this equalizer to bridge the gender economic gap, so to speak. And of course, we know that there has to be policy frameworks to back this. So do you believe that tech has this potential? And then what policy frameworks do you think can be put in place to close the women economic empowerment gap, leveraging?
Thank you for that question. Yes, first of all, I do think that tech has it does have the potential. Talk about closing that gap and the frameworks for policy that should inclusive as possible. I think the reason that we're not seeing as many women in the space, as first of all, tables. And it's one thing to create policies for people to the needs of people. So if we're not having enough women policies, being a part of the discussions that lead to the policies, being a part of the expertise and the skill sets that will serve anyone, well, that will serve women, right? So it's extremely important that when these policies of women are on the table, to ensure that, one of the things that names are different, the same way women are in different phases of their life. Lives of women will naturally influence where they are in terms early in life, right? So we want to be able to, one of the things that I always say is, it's all approach when you're dealing with issues around women, right? So you need to be able, and the different levels of the women and where they are need to be on the table. Policies are being created. So it's important. Even in our youth, that there are women leaders who don't necessarily, where they are is not necessarily where the voices are being heard, but they're not necessarily carrying along the women at the bottom of the pyramid. So it's extremely important that when these frameworks are being developed, right, in policies that seem very fancy with a lot of big words, but are not necessarily carrying people along.
But I expected a louder applause from the women in the house. Okay, that's more like it. Coming to you, Mr. Aham. Investment group. So I'd ask you an investment question. Relatively in attracting investment in the tech sector, but there is investment is foreign. It's not towards solutions that are actually solving our. And then what policy or regulatory environment would you like to see in the tech space so that we are preferring solutions that are peculiar to our challenge?
So 2 questions in that one. I think on the first front, as to investment in, yes, obviously from the international perspective, any investment that they put forward has to make setting solutions that are very peculiar to our country, and it takes
people that live here live the day in the life of a typical Nigerian to actually prefer solutions. Investment, I think more exposure, and I think I think the problem with investment, especially in the tech sector, right? The people who are supposed to be in our wealth class are from those who are actually innovators. And so they are not in the same rooms. So I think trying to bring that divide much closer, there is a massive wealth class with capital, Nigerian capital, but it's getting those people in the rooms together and have alignment across board. So I think that's on the first one. The second question was regarding, sorry, could you remind me, please? There's two fun. I think where government can come in, because obviously we're talking about regulation, policy, and fostering innovation. Most countries would sort of, or rather most tech spaces in other countries sort of actually have government over regulating the space. So I think what regulation is to probably look at right, and that's two major things. You have infrastructure, financing, and I'll throw in exposure there again. And this might be a bit beyond the pale, but probably go to those who have already been much more ways of the world, your PiggyFest, all the fintech, maybe ones that have crossed them to recontribute back and have a fund to innovators. Because one thing with innovation is if you have exposure, you have
The talent is here indeed. A round of applause. His comments on the note that's speaking to the government here. So I'd like to crave the indulgence of Mr. Khalil, Khalil Suleiman of Naseni. A round of applause to him as he joins the panel, please. Please keep it going, keep it going. We can hear firsthand some of the things that are being done. Okay, I'm going to give you a baptism of fire, sir, as the next question is for you. Firstly, congratulations on the well done on that. A lot of the challenges that tech companies have spoken about is infrastructure. And I know so I'm sure some techies here, tech employers, tech companies would like to know, what is the government of Nigeria doing from an infrastructural point of view, investment friendly?
First of all, good morning and apologies for coming late. The government is working, due to the strike that is ongoing, so we didn't know whether we were working or not. First of all, with regards to infrastructure, I think the key thing, and what I mean by more inclusive, if you are building infrastructure that is going to be used both institutions, is to get them as much involved in the development of framework. For example, one of the simple strategies we did at Naseni is to ensure, is counterpart funding for this year. And secondly, we take lesser investments, so we're not this infrastructural development. And third, we work on building the framework that will drive this infrastructure, development together with the private sector. And the whole idea behind is investing more than you are, that is the private sector. They have more stake to be able to build the right framework to happen. So we've seen cases where, before people used to complain that, okay, government is slow, that have invested in what you are doing together, then they're, because over time, there is interest, and the likes. And another thing that we created a technology hub in Nasini, which has never been done, and the whole idea is let people come the same way you can resume in government office. It's not just sending proposals and not knowing what's going on internally and calling to complain or things on social media, but just come, to be in the middle, of it. For example, oftentimes you hear stories about someone has created a generator in Kasina running on water, but it's one thing to build a prototype, and it's another thing to scale it into multiple products. Of course, you need be scientist or an engineer, but you also need business acumen. You need some accounting skills, and that's the whole purpose of the hub. To bridge that gap, so that together. So I think the key thing is looking at things from the root cause. Not just fires one after the other. For example, if you look at Galaxy Backbone, if you go and see the kind of infrastructure they have, you'll be mind blown. There's a private sector player trying to replicate that same infrastructure. So why do we need to duplicate efforts? Spoke about the CNG, conversion. It's currently the biggest in the country. Vehicles monthly, and it's a partnership with the private sector. And this center, the project we started 2 months ago, and in no time, by contributing efforts from, put something like that, to fruition. So this is a bit of my opinion on that and what we're doing to close the gap. Thank you.
A round of applause. A round of applause, everyone. Improving infrastructure, which has been one of the pain points of would-be investors in the country. Mr. Khalil mentioned the involvement of the private sector. So, Mr. Isiche, I'll come back to you. So, PPP is a partnership. So, this conference is a practical one. So, I'd like us to have a practical approach to it. So, in practical terms, what policy or regulatory frameworks do you think can support PPP in
Thanks, Emmanuel. There are 3 areas, I think. Number one is really around, I think, the EVC of Nasenia mentioned it, really around infrastructure. So one of the things which could really, really help is really look at broadband infrastructure. I think so kilometers have been covered, and you have an additional 95,000 kilometers that needs to be covered. And you already know what that will do when you have nationwide coverage in services, not just, and also access to broadband services in our educational or healthcare institutions. So that's one key area that I think the government and the private sector could actually work on, because ultimately the ultimate benefit to the nation as well as the companies that are providing the services. So that's the critical area I think that we could look at. The second area I think is really around research and development. Research initiatives with the government in South Africa, and we tried to work on one in Nigeria. This was about 11 years ago, and those really looking at how you can, scale, groom maybe 10 to 15,000 people every year on particular skill sets that are needed in the market. I think that's one. And also making sure that, those who get these skills, you ultimately have possibilities of job placement in areas where they may be needed, maybe with some of the tech companies, and even you can also leverage on some of the incubation hubs. That's one critical area. I think TT program, but you need a lot of initiatives like that so you can really upskill a good number of Nigerians. Thanks.
A round of applause. I know for the employers in the house and those watching us from the viewing centers, those are some practical ways you can leverage PPP. Women Chamber of Commerce, it goes into industry, agri, and marine. So we're here at Respectech, and a lot of times when people hear tech in Nigeria, it boils down to fintech, right? Almost to solve our problems, like Mr. Ahams alluded to, we need to be practical. So how do you think the tech investors, the tech employers should explore other sectors in their investment development?
Exploring other sectors, I think skill sets are available within the sectors. It's one thing to drive investment into a space, but if you don't have infrastructure, and infrastructure literally in terms of people and whatever it is, frameworks of resources that you need to be in that space, then resources actually really just go to waste. So I think one of the major things that we do see is there's a lot of work that's going now into agriculture, and I'll use agriculture as an example. I think a couple of days ago, I saw something on the Minister of using AI and stuff in that sector. So I think for me, that was really fascinating. It was really interesting. How do we drive resources into areas that actually have potential for tech? And in those spaces, I'll speak because I'm, of course, in that space, because you want to drive investment into spaces, but you also want to make sure that there are women who are there to take advantage of this. So in thinking through that, are there skill sets that are available in that space? They're not, or they're not enough. Can we also drive resources into capacity building for people in that? So when we're thinking about investment, resources, building side of it, which is extremely important, because even with make use of it. And I say this because we've had several AI is going to take our jobs, and the misunderstanding, or the lack of understanding. Maybe there's a huge knowledge sources that we actually pulling into that space to ensure that people actually have the right opportunities, within that space. So I think for me, it's twofold: is different sectors, because we look even in health, there's so many opportunities. I was in a meeting with a few women who are in the creative space as well. The creative economy, how do we want to push resources in that space? But just like I've said here, the same thing I said to them was, how much capacity do you have to receive this? There are opportunities across every sector, but we want to be able to build the capacity of people, the expertise, the skills of people, before thinking of those resources to be twofold: resources for actual investment and resources for capacity building. Right?
Round of applause for her. It begins at home. So I'd like to put the Respectech folks on the defensive here. For the Respectech campus members, the female members of the Respectech campus members, say hello. Ma, do you think they're meeting the benchmark?
Be more.
Okay. I'll put you guys on the spot. Let's do more. You're an investor, right? And listening to us, and you're a Nigerian. So I would like you to share cap at the moment. What more would you like to see in terms of investment that is flowing to Nigeria? And what are probably skeptical about coming in to, let's say, move the needle to get them to come in to invest?
Hello, yeah. So when it comes to technology in Nigeria, one of the first things I always like telling space is technology is a secondary market on top of something else. Just in line with the last speaker, I'm talking about capacity. Say, oh, we're doing something with technology in the agri space. There are much more fundamental issues. Have we sorted out warehousing? Have we sorted out? And so it's only when we have vibrant primary economies that we exist. I give you for instance, if the internet were to go off in the world today, their capitalization will drop to zero. Instagram will be useless. So the first step is to have the internet structure. And so what I would like to see more of is realistic when it comes to technology and Nigeria. So there are lots of space. Forgotten quite a lot. We tend to reach for the very end. And like you say, when we have solutions that quote the numbers, you know, for example, people talk about solutions in the in tech space, and you say, let's be assured that if you have to quote 200 million people, you have to do solutions that incorporate 200 million people. And lots of the solutions we do see as that gets on our desk that are just for the middle class, which is constantly dwindling in Nigeria. So again, if you have to look at technology, I think there's a lot of space for that primary industries and to actually live a day in the life. So I'll be curious, for example, from an investment point of view, I think this is where innovation comes in, because too much in sort of Nigerian technology where we say innovation. Sometimes when we say innovation, we really mean copy-paste what has been done in Silicon Valley, which is not really innovation, that's copy-paste. But to actually go to a farm in Guagalata, for example, and live a day in the life of a farmer and say, is there a space for technology? Someone who doesn't have great service of internet, is there a space for technology to come in and reinvent? I think when we can start to look at solutions from that perspective, and these are believe that you find the investment flow towards that as well.
We're almost out of time, so but before that, Mr. Khalil, the CBN having to step in to a bank, and so let's talk on regulatory frameworks, ethical AI and automation. So what governance frameworks do you think to ensure that even as we innovate, as we grow, we are regulated within the laws of the land?
First of all, I think the most important thing is to be able to put the right kind of framework. Because a minute ago, I was in the private sector, desperately, and now I'm in the public sector, every day trying to shop for, collaborate, you know, with. But I think the playing ground, you know, with regards to that, and sometimes we pick out, which is riding on what Aham mentioned. We want to innovate, or we get excited about AI, about technology, but we it in the context of Africa. You know, yes, we might have a lot of population, you know, but how do we make the best use, you know, of it? So number one, I think everyone knows where they belong and what they try to contribute, what they are to make it happen. Whether you are a developer, whether you are you know, in terms of policy, and collectively, but most of the times what I realize by themselves, you are an investor, you are a developer. In fact, in the government space, when we start to receive proposals, same city is a tech city, you know, tech city, and also a service provider, you know, for that same, you know. I believe it's like football, you know, you need to know whether you're a striker or you're a defender. Progress. I think that is the most dynamic environment. We might not be able to sit down on a panel there's clear division of responsibility and there's clarity on that, framework. So some of the questions we'll be able to answer now, but I think where they belong, what they are supposed to contribute, and where then we should be able to come up with something very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Some also need to be fans, right? It must not be part of the football team
Exactly.
all the time. Audience, quick one. If there's any, can we have a mic? Okay, to the gentleman on. I promised I'll make it participatory. So sorry, host.
Good day, everyone. My name is James. First of all, thank you to the speakers very well. My question is going to run around because for me as a tech person, when we hear infrastructure, I always think about second power, because as a tech, what you're doing is as good as useless. I had a practical experience where government doing to in terms of infrastructure for these two things to provide constant the tech companies.
Okay, if I understand you, internet and power are the two main to provide that.
Yes, thank
Mr.
you.
Khalil, I think that's for you.
I will speak from the end of is trying to decentralize infrastructure. Okay, that has worked very well in Nigeria is highly decentralized. When you're talking about technology, POS systems, I'm sure in your village, there are a lot of POS. It's very common, it's everywhere. But if you look at the core, is very, very fragmented. So personally, I don't believe Africa has the same route as you system central. We need to perfect how to be able to decentralize this things. So of mini grids, sub internets. That is what will move us forward. We always leapfrog in Africa. A lot of people don't have landline, but they have mobile phone. But everybody in Europe, they have landline, and then they moved, kind of market, that we're operating in. But from the government sector and from Nasini's perspective is to see how we can decentralize sector person be able to generate electricity for their, and how can they also provide internet, to, a small cluster of fee. So this is what the government is doing with.
So much, sir. I wanted to go around for parting shots, but my host is eyeballing me, so I don't want to get on his bad side. That has to be done in the policy space but I'll leave you with the illustration that Mr. Khalil did. Let's define if you're a goalkeeper, if you're a coach, or if you should just stay. Thank you all for listening.
So much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our amazing panelists. Can we give? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I guess we'll all agree that was. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists once more? So I found a couple of things very interesting. One thing that is very clear, for us to move things forward in terms of policy, there's a in the public sector. Another thing I found interesting as well is the fact that as Nigeria, we're trying to provide solutions for problems that we haven't even gotten to yet. So I feel like context, understand where we are, understand where we're going. Another thing I found pretty interesting is the role and in terms of decentralizing policies, right? I feel like it's very important, like the question with the power, what we've been doing in terms of centralizing isn't particularly working. So maybe we need to look a bit deeper into how we can break things down into blocks so that so I want to say thank you to all the panelists again. Thank you to the listeners. So next on the list, we have a global tech from the UK. Technical team, are we ready? Okay, so fire away. Thank you.
Welcome to our Global Tech panel discussion, where we aim to discuss how to bring Africans' human resources to innovation. Amazing opportunity to connect our special guests joined from all across the globe to discuss about this very interesting and actual topic. So say thank you so much to the partners of the Tech Conference, and first of all, I would like to say thank you to NITA organization and also for Surfleet, a global organization. Also, Social Good Fund is definitely the partner of the event and the organization supporting this event. My name is Slav Baranovsky. I'm the founder of Allergen Club. It's a community of tech startup founders and entrepreneurs from all across the globe. So now I would like to introduce our special guests and experts. Please, if I can start with our first person, and I would love to start with the Gayatri. Gayatri, good afternoon. So please, if you can introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Hi everyone, I'm Gayatri, an entrepreneur and global talent mobility expert. So with a unique blend of expertise and experience, I deeply understand the challenges faced by tech talents and entrepreneurs in the global business landscape. I advise and support innovative startups and technology experts from around the world, especially from India and Nigeria, in expanding their careers and business in the UK. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. I also would like to introduce the Marca Lamas from Portugal. Marca, please join our discussion. If you can also introduce yourself, please.
Hi, Slava. Hi, everyone in the session, and hi, Abuja. Thank you so much for having me in this global panel, Slava. So, my name is Marco. I'm based in Portugal, and I'm an entrepreneur, and most of my time nowadays as a professor, a researcher, working in higher education to help others to create their own startups. I see myself as a facilitator, so either as a professor, researcher, mentor, or consultant, my final aim is to create a better entrepreneurial ecosystem. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marca. And also, I would like to introduce Lita from Edinburgh. Please, Lita.
Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Dr. Ndali Lita Malkushikirni, and I'm really happy to be here as an entrepreneur in reproductive health who's originally from Namibia, spent some time in the US, and now I live in Edinburgh, Scotland, and I teach at the University of Edinburgh at the moment. Particularly, I'm teaching year 3 undergraduates in the School of Informatics, the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Project course. And so today I'm very, very interested in kind of digging a bit into that framework and seeing how it might inform our conversation today about technology in Africa.
Thank you so much, Alita. It's a pleasure to have you as well. So now I would like to invite Shai. Shai, please, if you can introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, hi there, everyone. My name is Shai Prodnik. I'm based in Eastern Pennsylvania. I'm a 28-year IT veteran. I've been fortunate working across various technologies most of my life in my career. I started off in engineering roles, moved into architecture roles, and then spent 6 years at Amazon as a global tech leader and ecosystem builder, leading the Web3 blockchain space. I delivered 480 hours of content, 40 public. I'm a senior fellow at AI 2030, as well as AI for Africa, and the founder of Philly AI Connect. These community leverage tech to bring together the community and employers to accelerate our local tech talent. I'm also the founder of Commons Forge, where I provide fractional consulting and advisory services focused on Web3, AI, and emerging technologies to accelerate Web3 founders, VCs, accelerators, and Web2 enterprise leaders. You can learn more about me at the link. And thank you, everybody. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much, Shai. And also, I would like to introduce Matt. Matt, if you can join our discussion and also make a short intro about yourself.
Hi, Matt Black. I am a serial entrepreneur. I actually came from the remote outback of Australia, then built my first 5 companies. And then I went to Silicon Valley, where I built a couple more. And now I'm in Europe. I'm based in London, and I'm up to company number 12. So I definitely know the entrepreneurial journey. I know what it's like to launch a company, and I know some of the challenges that that I've faced in my life across 3 continents. But the African continent has its own people in Africa to try and solve those with my new company, Founder AI, which provides an education framework from pre-start to scalable company, plus the backup funding to make that kind of come to life. And I'm excited to contribute to that station, which is presumably, well, I hope, will be the next big kind of market springing out of Africa.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you for joining our conversation. And I would like to make just a kind of the short brief, the perspectives from kind of the practices outside of African continents, what can be done in order to bring Africans' human resources into the technology and innovation. So I would like to ask our panelists, what do you think can be done, and any ideas we may maybe come up as a directions and maybe some examples, what actually can be taken from some you have in mind. So I would love to ask Gayatri if you can maybe start sharing your
Well, I can start with a comparison in between India and Nigeria because, well, like both India and Nigeria were like British colonies, and this shared history. Kind of, we share some aspects of the government, the legal system. So we both have large and young populations, which is like with demanding opportunities. So I kind of see like India and Nigeria, we have certain kind of similarities, plus we have differences. For example, India has a more diversified economy with a strong like service sector like IT and finance alongside. Nigeria's economy relies more heavily on like oil production, though other sectors like ICT are growing, but still there is a long way to go. So what stand out for me own experience handling like clients from Nigeria and India, like the educational infrastructure, like India has a more established and extensive network of technical education institutes like IITs compared to Nigeria. Well, Nigeria has reputable universities, but there is a need to expand and enhance the quality of technical education, plus the global integration integrated into the global market, which benefiting us significantly. Nigeria is still in the achieving such integration. So if I may have more time, maybe I want to expand on like how India sees brain drain as like brain gain, like more like brain drain as a loss, while in India it's more like we understand like Indians going out like to US, to UK, they contribute significantly startups, investing in some kind of charity or the philanthropic activities, plus supporting. We are mainly connected with our relatives more, and we always go back to our country at least once or twice in a year. We spend money for our relatives. We have a very close tie with our families. I was doing my research. I have seen there is a tendency in Nigeria, for example. So many to US or UK, they generally tend to stay there. They don't go back, come back to their country or connect back to their family or relatives. That see, the Indian government has actively engaged in participation in Indian development, and Nigeria is starting to explore similar activities or initiatives.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Marka, maybe you also can switch to on imports, and maybe some ideas come from your region as well.
Just start by telling you, and I'm a professor, I work in academia, so for me, okay, since primary school to higher education. Without education, I think we can't promote change. We can the basis of all, okay, innovation and education to promote this kind of change. That have some initiatives in Porto working already. I would like to name some examples only, not only from Porto but on international level. Which I am one of the co-founders. Chain project aims to scale higher education innovation. What we are having right now is a research collaboration involving 37 partners from 28 countries that covers already Africa, Europe, Middle East, South America, Southeast Asia, and even UK. From Africa, we already have representatives from Egypt, Morocco, Nigeria, and Tunisia. This network also in Africa. What we are trying to do is to gather information from analysis in a series of to debate, realized more than 20 webinars within people. We have some articles published already, more than 20, and some case studies. We have been presenting our results in international conferences like Barcelona and Netherlands, where I've been presenting these results. And yes, this is a network of universities from several countries to help each other and promoting this kind of movement that we want to enlarge. But let me just give you some more examples, okay? And this is another is seeing us and would like to come and join us on this one. We are now working on an international startup competition. This event will take place during in November. And what we are having is we already have 10 universities, but we have place for some more, and we would like to have international universities from Africa joining us. What we are having is national competitions, and then the best startup of each country is going to Istanbul in November. There are some special plans for this, so if you would like to come aboard, this could be interesting for you guys. And just to name some more, because I know we don't have too much time, we are already working at Isla Polytechnic University on a bid for an Erasmus funding program on benchmark universities with entrepreneurship programs regarding their curriculums, their skill development, their own business, and we are working on this for October, so we still have time to have someone more on board. And organizing some international incubator challenge at Isla Polytechnic. Our first edition was on March, and we will have 2 editions per year. We started the first one with a partner from the Netherlands, Avans Universities, but we in each edition. So I think this way where we can have people sharing their experience, what they've been achieving, and helping people, mainly entrepreneurs, to have access to grant access to mentors, to investors, to other entrepreneurs from other countries. It's really very important for them. And we are already, it's the last one, having some masters at ISLA on master courses on management, human resources management, and IT with students from Tunisia. This is our first experience. We will have more next year. So yes, once again, I think networks, partnerships, and knowledge, experience sharing will make the difference to promote innovation in African countries.
Alrighty then. Thank you very much to our global. Thank you very much. Thank you, Slava, for joining us all the way from the UK and our amazing panelists. Sean, please a hand for them one more time. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. And I believe that a lot of us has been inspired and we've learned one. Up next, we would be presenting a project from Respectech. Now, this project is called Rescue Me, and they like to call it an Uber of ambulances. So without any further ado, Samuel Bojuola, as he gives us the presentation about the Rescue Me app. A round of applause for him, please.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, distinguished gentlemen. Okay, so just like Pamela said, this app is the Uber for ambulances. Can we go to the next slide, please? Media, are you ready? Next slide, please. Thank you very much. All right, so like we said earlier, we have Rescue Me, which is an Uber of ambulances bringing together all available ambulance services into one app, nearest victims to the hospital. So what we have here is Nigerians calling 911. This is 911. Now we have, the idea is for us to have an app that is accessible for everyone. Not minding your tech savviness, not minding the rate. Thank you very much. Not minding the rate, you know how to use tech. Anyone can actually use this app. We're going to skip the sign up process and move straight into the data. Next slide, please. All right, so we have accidents, 1,042 deaths per 100,000 vehicles. Pardon us, please. Please. So straight to our data, we have 1,042 deaths per 100 vehicles annually, right? And then we have 10% of deaths results from cardiovascular disease. We're talking about strokes and the likes. Now, 576 deaths per 100,000 live births, one of the highest globally. Now, I believe, I do not know, but where a pregnant woman loses a baby, right, because she couldn't get emergency access to hospitals, right, or to doctors. Now, this is what this app is meant to cater to. Can we go to the next slide, please? Media, please, can you work with me? Thank you very much. And the problems that these are the two major problems that we've been able to work on. Difficulty in locating and contacting the nearest ambulance and hospital during emergencies, slow response time in emergencies. Now to our solution, please. Now, automated dispatch and notification system for emergency contacts, a mobile app with a prominent emergency button for quick access. So in using the Rescue Me app, all you emergency button here, and then you get response. Now, please, the next slide. So we look at, now this is our persona. We'll just move forward from that. Please, the next slide. Scene. Now, I'm going to walk you through the process of using the app. The first screen you see here is the home page where you get to tap the emergency button. Now, when you call, if you've seen movies and then you call 911, what's your emergency, right? Now, this is why we have this here. What is your emergency? Now we have emergencies such as injury, broken bones, heart attack, and one chance. We're all in Abuja, right? We know we've had victims of one chance events in Abuja. And most recently, we had a member of Yali who lost her life, right, due to this particular event. So we have the app to actually cater to that also, and death also. Now, of course, when someone dies, someone else taps on the app to get the nearest ambulance to them. Just in case you do not have any of your own situation, input whatever situation you're in. Now, once you do that, the app scans the nearest ambulance and automatically sends an ambulance to your location. And we have that. Please, next slide. Thank you. Okay. Now, one thing the app also does, and then you input whatever it is your situation is. During the process of registration, you are required to give to provide an emergency contact. So what the app automatically does is it sends a message to your emergency contact, something you cannot do, something you might not be able to do in that point in time. So there's an automatic message that goes to your emergency contacts telling them of your last location before the ambulance picks you up. Do you understand? So then they follow up to which you go to. Next slide, please. Also, now this is what the interface for the hospital looks like. The hospital gets a notification that there's a victim coming in, or there's a person coming in with whatever situation, and then they have an estimate of how soon the person is arriving. They can view the emergency record and view the patient's record. They have this as the patient's record. Now they have access to the age, the gender, the known medical condition, so as to know how to the kind of drugs to administer to such victim or the ones not to administer. And then the emergency contact which was initially sent. They have different information about the ambulance also coming in, and they can also track the ambulance live. Can we go ahead, please? Now, of course, we know this is an app, and it's not a not-for-profit app to reach different people as hospitals, community outreach programs, word of mouth, and to be a freemium model with basic services. providers and subscription models. And our key metrics. Now, our key metrics are number of successful emergency solutions, which is going to help us determine response time from emergency button to arrival time, and number of app downloads. Thank you. Now, this is an Arabian proverb which says, "He who has health has hope." Now, we want you all to do something for us. When I started, I told you we were only able to attend to two major problems, right? Now, this is a survey form that, and from this survey form, we would know if this app would be beneficial to you, right? This is a major part of our. If you wouldn't mind, you could just bring out your phone and scan the QR code on your screen, which you can help us view, and then we can look at how we can work on this app together. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sam. Us all, the Rescue Me app. How many of us are excited about that app? Do you think it has potentials? Do you think so? Anybody wants to share why? Don't be shy. I'm coming down to meet you now. So why do we think the Rescue Me app has potentials? I mean, have we lost anyone out of an emergency before? Like somebody fell ill and they needed to get to the hospital as soon as possible, but due passed. Quite sad. And that's the reality in Nigeria and across Africa, right? And we need to do better. Do we need to do better? Of course we need to do better. So I would like to hear from 1, 2, 3 people what they think about the Rescue Me app. Okay. Introduce yourself.
I'm Nkoyo Veronica Efrete. I think it's a really amazing idea. It's a super amazing concept. I've been in tricky situations where I'm nowhere near my hospital, and it was like a life or death situation. And I'm hearing the doctor telling me, if I'll be here, I was just fortunate enough to be close enough to get an Uber and go to the hospital myself. But I did have to. For people that are differently abled, how would they be able to make use of the app? So maybe when we put in the survey, you can't just assume everybody has hands to type out. So could it be like voice enabled? And also if it could just even link to just like cars, it doesn't necessarily have to be an ambulance, but you could have your hospital, but just not able. Curious about like what it's an emergency, right? So even when people are waiting for the services, and is there any way in a therapist or a counselor who could be speaking to you as things are going on, because sometimes it's that comfort that helps people to not cross over to the death side. Yeah.
Thank you so
Oh, wow.
much. 2 more people and we're done.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I actually do. I feel like this is actually very good. From a personal experience, I actually lost my elder sister to something like this. She had collapsed in the house, and the long and short of it is the whole thing happened around 7, but the neighbors around that were with her in the house. I think everybody was praying. There was no ambulance. It was just a lot of drama until she passed around like I think 11 or 12 initiative. And a couple of things I wanted to mention. She had already said what are the features within this app that even the person that has registered, right, if the person is not able to do all the whole function, or maybe I am not the one that has the emergency, if he's the one that if he has the emergency but I have the app, how would I be able to communicate whatever is wrong with him? Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Thank
a
you
hand
so
for
much.
her. All right. Anyone else? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Next.
I just want to lend my voice to what my sister said. Yeah, as a person with disability, you know, we have the deaf, we have the. Be happy if the this thing if they can put a button where a person that cannot hear, a person that cannot see, that can, and the something will be more beneficial to you and all that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. My name is Dr. Naomi Osemedua. I'm the CEO of the Center Stage Company. I have a concern, especially when it came to the feature. We know for most cases, the moment you are in that situation, the first thing that happens is you're disabled. Your phone is taken, your bag is taken. And so what's the feature in that kind of emergency? Because they will not leave you with your phone to press any button to give any signal. So these are my thoughts anyway. So perhaps they will.
Oh, here?
Yes, one more. Oh, wow.
All right, thank you. My name is Elvis. So just now we discovered that most of the emergencies that happen at the hospitals in Nigeria, 0.6% death rate, and that's really crazy. Time between the time of the casualty happened and then the time they got there. Now, my question now is this: I think you should look into areas where you go to, a place where buses can't go to.
Right.
You are somewhere in Maraba, off one place where you can't even drive to. So I think you should, in your app, you should also include bikes. These people out of that place to probably what do you call it, sharp corner or something, and then you can have another a backup car, whatever, to take that. That's one, and then
That's
also
so brilliant.
Those who are specially able, you know, maybe the blind, the lame, and all of that. So I think we should just look into that basically. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, we have a lot of contributions. Okay, so due to time, we're going to take just three. You, and you. Let's go.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Agatha, and like everyone else has said, this is a very amazing innovation, and it's what we need. But birth, it should have a category of its own, because they said others and all that. When they said accident, broken bones, I really think that that is one emergency. And adding to the point the other lady said, it doesn't necessarily need to be an ambulance, especially in the condition of birth. Just a car
Just to get it.
that can get them there, and then it should be in a way that a third party can be the one to impute the information, because I don't think a woman in labor all those details. So thank you so much.
Paul,
Someone said there should be a number. That's very, very good.
Paul, please can we have the QR code on the screen, please?
Yes, please. Let's have the QR code for the
so
Rescue
we
Me
can
app.
we can get some more feedback on that.
Good morning. So my concern is if a market woman have an accident and there's another market woman around. So when the other market woman calls for ambulance, who gets to pay the services? If for instance the person that accident died, will the second market woman still pay for the services, or how does payment work in this case?
Okay.
That's a very thoughtful question.
Very thoughtful.
Okay, and to my last one.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Grace, CEO, GPO Interiors. So my basic concern here is the demographics of age rate from 45 to 60. Because most of us have parents that are at home. All of us we are hustling, our parents and they may be going through some stress. I had a friend that lost the dad. He was at home alone and nobody was there with him. Mobile app, like online, does this app provide a means of offline, like you can just call a mobile and they come to pick you, and that is sorted hard, maybe heart attack, cardiac arrest, and so on and so on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please take the survey and join the Rescue Me team. I notice we are very. I understand that we've been through a lot of things that has maybe shaken us in certain areas, but please, we can build this out and make it work. Can we make it work?
Yes, we
Are
can.
we ready to make it work?
Of
Please,
course.
a hand. So much. So we have some scholarships to give away. Are you happy about that?
Scholarship.
So we have some scholarships from the Respectech HRO campus. And it's quite simple. You don't need to fill a form. You don't need to say your why. But I think you need to tell us here. So we have a reason to give you, I mean. So if you want to be a part of something that transcends beyond you, can I see your hand?
Hands.
I mean, so I literally have to now say, oh, why? To how many people? So please, the ushers will go round and take your names, and then you're going to email Respectech why do you want a career in tech? What do you want to do differently if you're given an opportunity to learn at the Respectech campus? Also, you can be Respectech campus has so far done 2 cohorts, cohort 1 and cohort 2. So we have our cohort 3 coming up in July, 1st of July. So if you want to be a part of the Respectech campus, please register. You know what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Respectech, keep on giving gifts. So amazing. I really like what is going on here today. We've been building this to be one of the most impactful, and we really care about putting like the tech HR to work. So I'm guessing for you to be able to do the work, you need the training, you need the skill sets. And something I found very interesting about conversation, someone made mention of mental health. I'm a mental health advocate, and I feel like it's something that this part of the world was trying to pay more attention to. When you're going about trying to look for work, you need the right frame mind.
Yeah.
You need the right mindset. You need the right skill set. So while we're doing all this, I also want us to pay attention to our mental health. Let's be more mindful of the kind of information we consume.
Right.
Let's engage with more activities like this, because sometimes it's so easy to be distracted by all that's going on in the world that we forget what our core values are. So just a note to everyone there, just be mindful of your mental health the same way you take care of your physical health.
For the Raven. So, where are my students in the house? Can you make some noise?
Some noise.
No, that's not the energy.
Give us some energy,
Make
please.
some noise. 20 Uni Abuja students to get to the stage, win flash drives. Let's go, let's go, let's go,
Uni
let's go,
Abuja,
let's
Uni
go, let's
Abuja.
go, let's go, let's go. That's the energy right there. Okay,
Oh.
okay, that's okay. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, please let me go that way. Thank you. All right. How many are we? I said 20, not the whole but. All right. So please tell us your name and what you have learned so far in 30 seconds. Let's go. Thank you very much. Just your name and what you have learned. Let's go.
From University of Abuja. So in short, what I've learned here is though I have been trying to be
from the University of Abuja. Thus far, I've learned that technology has a lot of impact in society, and it's a key thing that is supposed to be made available to people in society. Is rescue me, that whenever you're in a situation whereby you need medical attention, you can call
I love
them.
that.
Amazing.
Amazing.
My name is Nifemi. I'm from University. Is that I've been hearing about tech, but you know what? I don't know about it. I don't know how to do. But when I came to this event, it actually gave me an opportunity for me to know. Please share a brief thanks to Respectech. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Ahmad Usman from University of Abuja. What I've learned so far is like finding vulnerabilities to the human resources in Nigeria and how to come up with solutions in tech and financial fields and some other things, including agriculture. And I've come up with some kind of innovation
Okay, inspiration. We're getting some inspiration. Give a round of applause.
Good day, everyone. My name is Adam Usman. I learned many things here, ranging from tech, agriculture, and the rest. So, like linking agriculture with technology here is a big innovation to Nigeria students. With agriculture, I see is a great impact.
Thank you, everybody. Please a hand for yourselves. Walk right to her, and she's going to hand you your flash drives, courtesy of Social Good Fun. Thank you very much. You don't have to jump off the stage. Use the stairs. Thank you. All right.
You asked for energy, and I guess you got that.
Yes. Thank.
Amazing. I love the energy. University of Abuja, well done. I can tell this is an institution that cares about learning. You can see the enthusiasm of this. And I think this is the same for Nigerians across the country, looking for opportunities like this. That's why we're so proud to be a part of this.
Thank you. All right. So up next, we have a very special guest in the house. Can we make some noise? All right. So we have the honorable presence of the Vice Chancellor of Philomath University. Please, a round of applause for him.
Round of applause.
We're going to be going on a very short break, 5 minutes. Kindly interact with everybody, network, get contact, share your ideas, your solutions. I mean, Respectech Conference is all about giving solution seekers their providers. So if you have a need and you need a solution to that particular need, you could get it right here as it relates to the conference.
Amazing.
So please stretch your legs, listen to great music, take some pictures and have some fun. You have only 5 minutes. Let's go. Thank you very much.
All right then.
Together, that I'm sheltered by your heart, but in and outside, I turn to water like a teardrop in your palm, and it's a hard winter's day. I dream away. It must have been love, but it's over now. It was all that I wanted. Now I'm living without. It must have been love, but it's over now. It's where the water flows. It's where the wind.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are. If you care enough for the living, make a little space, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and human race. There are people alive. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel. There are dreams stop existing. existing and start living. And it feels better ways. Nothing up or is growing. Make a better world. Make a better world. Heal the world. Make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for living, make a better place for you and for me. Life you see, there is so much that
Give it to them, no
we say we know. And the only thing we know is things don't always go the way we plan. Ayona oh wana yo pemendo susulo. When it seems all your dreams come undone, I can't be gone. They went super where you're more. We are more than we are. We are one.
Thank you, everyone. Take your pictures quickly. You have just 1 minute. Thank you, everybody. Yes, it's fine. Just scan the code. Where can I get it? The media team. All right. Thank you, everyone. I know some of you are fascinated by the cars outside. But please, let's start making our way inside as we have only 5 minutes for this break. Thank you, everybody. Let's make our way in.
Love is pure. I saw an angel, of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. She was with another man. But I won't lose.
All right, let's get settled. Thank you very much. If you're outside, take your pictures, make your memories, but please start making your way back into the hall. Thank you very much.
Make your way back to your seats. We're about to.
I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do.
All right, please let's make our way back in. Thank you.
And this is all I know. And I must just live for all that I can see. It's what makes the power roll. And I will stand for my dream if I can. Symbolize in who I am. And I must follow on the road that lies ahead. Now won't let my heart go my head. But you are my only. DJ Frankie's on the mix. We don't say goodbye.
Thank you. Let's get settled. Ushers, please open up the doors and let everyone back in.
And I know what I've got to be.
Yes, please, we can sit. Thank you.
We make our way to our seats now.
journey through eternity. We'll keep the memory of you and me inside. By the moon and the stars.
All right, thank you everyone. Please let's get seated as we go right into our next session.
What do we have next one?
Okay, are we all in? Please, if you're outside, it's time to come back in. Thank you, and let's get seated while we're at it. Okay, so we're going right into our next panel session, and that is the developmental tech panel session. So please get seated, relax, and pay attention to your screen.
Thank you.
How can technology solve Africa's most pressing social issues? What if the power of innovation could transform lives and build a sustainable future? Are we ready to harness blockchain to ensure transparency and accountability in governance? Can biotech lead the way in creating healthier communities and a more sustainable environment? How will AI and machine learning redefine our approach to development and equity? Get ready for a groundbreaking session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our developmental tech panelists to the grand stage of the Respectech Conference.
Please put your hands together as I welcome my amazing panelists. Please put your hands together for Lanre Shepa, Mokta Falista Aku. Please put your hands together. Chiedu Wokolo, yes, please have a seat. And Deji. Can you? Okay, so let's go right into the conversation. Welcome once again to what I call one of the best panels out here, developmental tech. Not because I'm an international development professional, biased, but you know, it's very, very important. So my very first question will be to Lanre and for Women Power Felista. How impact on communities, right? There are a lot of tech initiatives. Can you hear me? There are a lot of tech initiatives. Oh, yes, sure. There are a lot of tech initiatives that are out there, AI, blockchain, and the likes. How do you think we can harness that for sustainability? Because every time there's always something new to better communities, right? But how can we make it sustainable? Introduce yourself.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Fantastic. So my name is Prince Gideon Olanrewaju. I'm the Chief Executive Director of Area High. Area High stands for Aid for Rural Education Access Initiative. We're a non-profit organization that design, deploy, and alternative learning programs for disadvantaged communities and children from low-income background. I'm a development practitioner, very skilled in educational technology. So I think this topic is timely and I look forward to contributing. Should we go back to him before I answer? Good. Fantastic.
Yeah, of course you can hear me. Good afternoon all. I'm a development practitioner. My name is Chiedu Mokolo. and I work with the UN agency, UNDP. And currently we have a program. Most of us might be familiar with the Jubilee Fellows program. I lead across the country. It's nice to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felista Ako. I am the Senior Partnerships Manager for AfriLabs. We are a Pan-African network of innovation hubs in Africa. And at the moment, we have over 450 hubs spread across. What we basically do is support hubs so they can better support youth and entrepreneurs within their network. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great. So let's just have Deji and Mokhtar introduce themselves before we go into the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. The UN guy, I think we had them in my office the last time, and they've been very useful, the Jubilee Fellows. We've been very beneficial. My name is Adedeji Owonibi. I'm a co-founder at Convexity. Convexity is a blockchain technology company, and we build developmental solutions, especially distribution, cash and voucher assistance to bring transparency into aid distribution in Africa. Thank you.
I am a developmental volunteer. I work for Connected Development as the Secretary General of Follow the Money. And what we do is we track education and advocate for education policy as well as education inclusion. Over the years, we have been focused on gender responsive public service as well as gender responsive education sector. Thank you very much.
So to Lanre and Felista, the question to you, how exactly do you think developmental tech initiatives can drive sustainable growth in underserved communities and empower these humans in underserved communities?
Fantastic. So I think it would be very unethical of me to stand out with outlining the significance of technology for development in communities without highlighting the challenges of these communities. And I will start with a very critical example of what happened during COVID-19, school closures in rural communities, unable to access educational resources, for example. They can't go to the classrooms, teachers are not available, and there is a need for them to transition. And privilege became a currency because those from high income backgrounds can resort to using their laptops and their iPads and iPhones to learn online. Underprivileged backgrounds. And that is where I think ethical technology adoption and distribution is important. And a huge example of that is how we were able to deploy a very simple, ubiquitous technology. A very good example of a tool that can allow access to education for disadvantaged children. So what we did was developing something called DigiLens. You dial a code on your mobile phone, even if it's a basic feature phone, you don't have to be connected to curriculum. As I end on how, I think one thing that is critical is digital skills and digital awareness. We cannot scale the adoption and utility of technology in disadvantaged communities when the people we tend to serve do not understand how to use these basic tools. AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, very fancy and very, applicable. Like improve on digital awareness, then we can work on maybe internet penetration because mobile penetration has been solved. So if there's anything you take away from that question is, before we begin to talk about the problem, we need to understand the application from their end. They need to know more about, having the skills, having the awareness about those tools. Thank you.
Amazing. So, Felista, how about you?
Okay, thank you so much. So when we talk about technology for underserved communities, I will take premise from what we are doing at whilst other urban centers were having access to, palliative on one side, but then vaccines on the other side. of people in rural communities and how they were coping, right? So everything we do is around innovation, and the underserved are not left. Communities were coping with, these responses and what solutions were available at the time that needed further support for them to be able to grow. For sub communities, like he rightly said, you can't do anything when there is a knowledge gap. I feel like even when we talk about AI, blockchain, ubiquitous energy and the likes, it's still like a buzzword that a lot of people don't even understand, which is why we have to start city building around education and making people understand the potential, that is around all of the subject matters that we are discussing and how they can take advantage of it. But then also supporting innovation for the underserved in this regard. So there is something we're currently doing with Intel Corporation. We call it the Intel Community Reach Program. And what we are doing is we are identifying AI solutions for underserved communities, where around health, whether it's around education. In fact, it's largely sector agnostic, right? So when we identify these solutions, we then work with Intel and other partners like Prosper Africa to mobilize adequate resources. Every startup wants to scale, every startup wants money, and the rural communities are not really on their plans when they are thinking about these things, which is why we don't have to neglect support for innovators for underserved communities.
Amazing. So one thing I picked from your conversation me to my next question for Deji, Chiedu, and Mokhtar. How exactly do you think we can foster collaboration NGOs and tech companies for the development of the human capital in Africa, which is the most valuable resource that we have?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Again, one of the things we need to understand is collaboration is where you have the private sector, where you have even the CBOs or the NGOs at the grassroots level, and you also have the government partnership. First of all, is to rightly identify the challenges. Yeah. Now you have challenges of working in silos, not exploring this partnership, the unique strength of these the NGO partners and also the private sector. Now we need to break those silos. We need to work together. Now we need to also identify the unique partnership. What are the unique strengths that each of them would have to offer? For me, that would be the silver bullet to ensuring that there's this sectors. Yeah.
Deji, how about you?
I think he has finished everything. Yeah, but what I would say would be that to bridge the trust gap. I think there's that disconnect, like you said, why people work in different silos. From my experience, when government, like I have some people, some fellows from government is involved, so it's free money. I don't have to work. So that disconnect, because what we're trying to do with what they're doing is bridging that gap to say, okay, where is this with startups like ours, and it's a great initiative because you don't need to pay for those people because there's that collaboration, but they have to work. And some other developmental agents are paying for them. So in that sense, they just want to come, get the money, don't. It's actually the reason why that will not work. So maybe we need to balance that idea to say, okay, not everything ideology that we have to kill. For me, that's my take.
All right. So I think I'll come from, shall I say, a different part? I think we always make, I think one of the challenges is we always make partnership because of people and we don't involve the people in the partnership. So we're about these communities, and we're making partnership between maybe an agency with government and every other person, but we do not bring those people into the partnership. And I think the first thing that we need to do for these community members is to understand their own perception and to understand their own level of comprehension over what we're bringing, right? So we're bringing them together, bringing the agencies that we want to collaborate and partner with, so that it will breach that level of trust and then bring a point. So if you notice, a lot of donor agencies or organizations are trying to strategy from service delivery to technical assistance, right? And then if you go to these communities, these people usually bring money. They usually hire. So we are doing a project called Learn to Read, and we're training teachers on how to train pupils of primary 1 and 2 to be able to read and write, even if it is in their mother tongue, right? In extra money to these teachers and other stakeholders so that these people can be able to read and write. But this time around, we're saying we're not giving you money. We're only telling you that this is what you can do for these children to be able to. Since you're not coming with this, we're not interested. So one of the things I'm trying to say is, can we bring these people on board? And let's make them know that before the partnership will happen, let's define the problem. Let them understand locally, and then provide a local solution so that we can attribute that solution that they provide, that it's local, to now take. That is one of the things that will breach that gap from trust, perception, legitimacy, and even the kind of service you provide, and it sort of give you, build that collaboration. I think that's what we need to do.
And I think that's very important. A hand for him. We need for, and that's a very major challenge. So now I would go to chats of convexity. What is one challenge that exists or you have faced in scaling from pilot projects to widespread adoption here in Africa? And how do you?
That's $1 million question. So why we created that solution. And we're very thankful to that newspaper. It's a UK newspaper. We just saw that newspaper, and it was talking clearly just about Nigeria. And it says, the caption, they said, Nigeria is a country so corrupt that it to Nigeria. So they could be right, and we can just say, for all we care, but again, there's that transparency gap to donations and aid to Africa, and them getting to the vulnerable people, vulnerable communities, and vulnerable individuals. And we just thought, okay, challenge, because transparency is a big challenge. So let's see how we can bridge this to turn around this newspaper caption. Actually send it with confidence that it's getting to the vulnerable community. That's the logo on the companies there. And it's just a simple acronym we put. Convexity use blockchain to engender transparency between the donors, the NGOs, developmental agencies that are running the program, and the beneficiaries. And for us, it's a project that took us about 2 years. And we thought the transparency gap is something that we need to close. But now it's becoming very serious. I just returned into the country yesterday. That same thing took me to Paris, took me to they are tired of sending money to Africa, and they can account to where that money has gone to make. This can still happen. By all means, send the money, trace it, track it, see that. And again, we don't need to report to you because we're using blockchain that is open system. And it's either we deliver that aid or we don't. And in Nigeria, that's where we are having this trouble with those, the age cash and all that. And until we're open to actually nipping this challenge on the board and making sure that we're using the right technology that can power the flow, possibly we'll be joking. For me, scaling that solution is not as difficult. And I think because, again, this trust issue is a big problem. It's like, oh, that's the right thing. And I'll just give you a simple example. In Paris, like normal Nigerians, anywhere we go to, we just want to eat Nigerian food. So we can stay a week or 2 weeks in a restaurant. So a few days ago, myself and my co-founder, we just, Googled to find any, and we went there. And just beside me, two guys were talking, and what they're discussing is about how United Nations is trying to wrap up cash distribution system and reduce, increase the cash distribution to villages, reduce distribution and logistics to World Food Program and all that. And he was just talking, and I said, this is the solution we've just done in Africa. And I have to just chip in to say, hey, we have this solution. And we're linked with Rwanda to do a cash distribution. Right there. We're linked with Uganda to do that same distribution. We're linked to South Sudan. So for me, I would say scaling has less to do because there's a major gigantic trouble, which is transparency. I think the scaling, as a matter of fact, this morning I was talking with our teams on the strategy session we had, and I say it looks like we're scaling too far because people want that. So we must not disappoint that for us not to deliver that. So for me, I don't see much of that, maybe because of what we're Dr. Larry talked about has to do with, demystifying the technology, but just solve the problem that is on ground. And we're doing that with a school in Makoko, for example. This technology is used to help build away from Japan. And so it's less to do with the technology, more on the problems you're solving really.
Transparency, amazing. Nigerian food and how Nigerians love. I can never say no to jollof rice, egusi soup, and the like. So I can relate. But I saw Dr. Larry now, doctor, self-proclaimed here at the Respectech Conference.
Doctor for doctor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You really wanted to share. On
Yes.
this, so
Yes. So I think it's really very important for me to share this. Potential of technology to respond to many developmental challenges. However, the more variation of tech tools to developmental challenges, we need to also understand widespread adoption and utilization of those innovations. And I listed 4 things. Now, this is applicable to my experience to maybe education, health, agriculture. So 4 things. Contextual misalignment. I love tech. And while you can traditionally reach one person or 10, 100 people, technology amplifies that reach and deepens the skill. People design technological tools without taking into cognizance the contextual realities of the users. And that is so that you now deploy the solution, you see that it is not, keying into the actual challenges that they are facing. Human-centered design is entire deployment and scale of that solution, and that is highly problematic. And I see that across Nigeria. During COVID, we saw that there are more than 1,000 plus, permit me for exaggeration, of technology solutions to educate out because they were not designed with the ideas and perspective of the people who will use them. That is one. NCC will tell you in Nigeria, mobile penetration is high. At least in every home in Nigeria, there is at least one basic feature phone. But internet penetration is still a problem. But I need to how broadband connection is being, efforts are being made to expand on broadband connection. But you cannot take places that are not connected. It is not possible. So you cannot scale digital connectivity. The third thing is language barriers. We need to learn how to include indigenousness into the development of these tech solutions. If we are really building for SSD solution, thank you. We made it English, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. Nigeria is a very language, divergent country. You cannot put all the languages, but you can ensure that those who would use that solution can also do that in their local languages. Many solutions will go far of the users into cognizance. It will help. The last thing I will mention, thank you, is technical talent capacity. I'm in a tech conference, but I won't be afraid to mention this. With most are tech developers. I work in non-profit. Okay.
They are the ones now.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
In doing social good, from experience, exposure, academic training, and from an humanistic perspective, I think impact can come before profit. Right? That's my bias. You can be a businessman, that's good, but I've done non-profit and it has brought me this far. I'm comfortable. So don't say non-profit people are impoverished people. I mean, check us out. Don't do all. I said that because technical capacity is often lacking when organizations like us doing social good want to design solutions. Telling you to just draw a sketch is 3 million naira. Right? It is really hard to be able to design and scale for the people get paid for it. Not only are they not accessible, many of them are not affordable, many of them are not accessible, right? And it's really problematic. I think something great. We need to cultivate a new generation of technical talent for social good, not for business.
There's a
Thank
hand
you.
for that. And we can make impact before profit. Absolutely. So this final question for everyone. Now, he has brought up something very important about what is one strategy from each of you? What is one strategy you think we can implement in remote areas to give them access to this technology that would develop their communities? Let's start with Chedo.
Okay, very fantastic. I think one of the things we need to do is, again, we'll still go back to collaboration with telcos, because telcos, right? I think I was reading the other time, I think it was in Ghana or thereabouts, the government was partnering with some local telcos to provide broadband service for 1,000 rural communities in Ghana. He also mentioned the fact that the minister was thinking around that. And I also think in, something like that, converting. Now, it's also very important to look out for libraries. Now, I think in Kenya or thereabouts, they converted these public libraries, made sure they had access to internet, and local communities can also go to those places to access internet and things like that. Then again, I mean, we could work with NGOs, you could work with CBOs to also provide Wi-Fi services across local rural communities that people in those communities can access internet. So for me, it's basically that collaboration, working with telcos within the communities. I think that will help for me. Yeah.
Deji, before Felista.
Another big question. Another. Called Giga School Connectivity. And I want to connect all schools in the world to the internet. And we're involved with the project from the design part of it. And I understand it was launching last week in Barcelona that we're invited to be part of, which is an initiative by ITU and Giga and UNICEF. And they were having challenge, and exactly the challenge where schools that want to be connected, no broadband to get to those schools, and no telco is encouraged to go to those villages to establish because there's no business case, to doing that. So I told her something.
Up mini grids, for example, in rural communities, and then put a fair price to it, because everything we are saying here, if the infrastructures are not there, it can't work. He talks about putting impact ahead of profits. The profit is going to come if you even put impact at the end of the day. So can we have more innovators think about underserved communities and come up with innovative solutions that can serve them, and in
Yeah.
the process I can guarantee profit. Thank you.
Amazing. You see why they say what a man can do, a woman can do better. She was the only person that mentioned 2 strategies when I asked for one.
Oh my
So
God.
a hand together for her.
Okay. So for me, I agree to whatever they said, but I would say one thing. For this part of our world, I think we need to address insecurity first, right? We need to address the language barrier second. And then we also need to address the issue of that gap. In this room, there are a lot of people that believe that once if we adopt the AI technology, a lot of them will lose their jobs. So can we breach that knowledge gap, right? And then the last thing, which is the biggest thing, can we address our policies, our government policies? Because a lot of people think Nigeria has a fantastic policy, but implementation is the problem. Reverse is the case. We don't have policies actually. What we have is just some document that someone just sits somewhere and just put it together. So if we can address this, I promise you. And then the last thing, like what he said, the accessibility and then visibility of those tech people that can do this. A lot of times when, maybe the last thing I'll say, we are trying to do something around government coming down on the civil society sector, like more of like, how can I put it? More of like a lot of government policies now are around NGOs, international partners, and what have you. So we're trying to develop an app that is looking at how can we know how many people were stopped from protesting, how many people have done this and that, and we brought in like 2 or 3 guys.
Yeah.
Guess the amount one person is saying 18 million naira.
Wow.
And the other one said, I think, is it $100 and something for the app? For the app. So I think we need to address that issue of the business part of technology so that we can profile a solution. We can run a race
Yes.
together and win the race together.
Dr. Larry.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be short. I remember your question is strategies being used to increase accessibility
to remote
to tech. One thing would be to be able to understand that tech doesn't have to be connected to the internet. There is low tech, there is zero tech, and USSD is a form of tech not connected to the internet. We need to universalize the utility of zero tech or non-tech technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for my amazing panelists. I learned a lot, and I'm sure you learned a lot too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
This
you
way,
so
please.
much. No, can you just take a picture, group picture quickly? Do you want to take a group?
Yes.
Of course, after such an amazing and impactful session, you must.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you
Please,
so
a
much.
round of
Round of
applause
applause
for
for the amazing
our
panelists.
amazing panelists. That was very insightful.
Very insightful
Thank
for
you.
sure. I picked up a couple of things. One of the things I felt was very interesting as well is the importance of education
Right.
and sensitization. Another thing I thought was interesting is context, putting things into geographical context, language
Yeah.
context. When you're providing solutions for people in these areas, you have to understand what their pain points are specifically.
Absolutely.
And another thing as well is the issue of credibility and accountability. When we're talking about raising funds in this capacity, the world is looking at us and saying, how are we using these monies? Are we using it for good or is selfish interest involved? So I guess we'll all agree that was a very insightful and enlightening session. So Pamela, what do we have next?
I mean, it's been very exciting for me because I've learned a lot and I want to keep learning. Do you want to keep learning?
Of course.
Are you excited to keep learning at the Respectech Conference? Okay, so moving on very quickly, I would like to introduce a leading economist and data scientist renowned for his expertise in integrating advanced data science techniques with economic research. His extensive research interest spans across critical areas such as foreign direct investment, income inequality, macroeconomics, and the economic development of West Africa. Are you not clapping yet? His scholarly work is characterized by a rigorous analytical approach and a keen insight into the economic dynamics that shape our world. As an economist, he brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the world, offering invaluable perspectives that bridge theory with practical applications. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Professor Jalilov's discourse today promises to deliver profound insights into the latest trends and innovations in economics and data science. He will share forward-thinking perspectives on how these fields are evolving on what the future holds. Without further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Vice Chancellor of Philomath University, Professor Glitch Jalilov. You're welcome, sir.
thank you so
Don't stop
much.
clapping till
Don't
you
stop
get to the
clapping.
podium. You're
Thank you
highly
so much,
welcome.
sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I've been a pure economist for the 20-something years. With the time being, we have discovered that economics is going more to mathematics. For the past 20, 25 years, economics is almost purely mathematics. And if you see most of our Nobel Prize winners, most of them are mathematicians or lawyers or engineers. Those who are having very crucial knowledge of data science. That's clear. The reason to be that is, for example, if you see our MC, she's wearing white, you probably will sell her white or black or red bag. So there are things that are accompanying your products, right? Any data scientist who know how many white shirts has been sold in, let's say, Jahir Abuja, you can predict how many black bags can be sold in this area. It's very simple. It's mathematics. It's just simple formula. You can just do it basically by coding in 3 minutes time. And if you are selling that information to the bag producers, you are probably going to earn around $1.5 to $2 million in a year. It's a lot of money. Okay? So that's why data science is very, very related to economics. And first of all, a panelist was talking about the fintech, health tech. Let me just give you simple examples. For those who know how Uber has started, right? Uber has started out of nowhere as just an application. Nobody was even valuing Uber as much. So basically, our taxi was operating this way. They have a taxi point or area that they have rented. 30, 40, 50 taxis are there. Imagine if it is in New York, Manhattan, they are paying a lot of tax, a lot of rent, a lot of electricity, minimum 4 or 5 people working there and waiting for the customers. Another second model of taxi, they will be just running around and looking for the customers, burning very expensive fuel, especially if it is in Europe. So if you are entering a taxi, assuming that that taxi didn't get any customer before, he will charge you because he spent a lot of fuel to find you. So many costs are coming across. Repair of the taxi is again an additional cost. So Uber became with an app that is showing you where the customer is and where the driver is. You don't need to drive anywhere. You can just link up for the customer, which is just simply 1 or 2 minutes drive, pick up and deliver to the message. There is no cheating because mainly if you are going on tour, on tourism, you mainly will be cheated, right? So there is no cheating because Uber is going to show you where you are going exactly, which road is more safe or which more is more congested, so on and so forth. The cheapest rate, which is making the customer very happy. The driver is not losing anything because he is happy. He is not driving like 3 hours to get one customer. He is also happy. And the government is collecting the tax. Government is also happy, right? That happiness make Uber owner $5 billion in 1 year. Just that happiness. Coming back, for example, when Uber came to Africa, especially for Nigeria, a lot of taxi drivers was against it, this and that. Somehow, I don't know who are the owners, Bolt came in. And I know Bolt overtake Uber now. Now, Rider came in. All of them are fintech people, people who are coming from Nigerian background. They know Nigeria, only map, Google Map can serve, and safety and all this, that what Uber was promising them, they are doing it by Nigerian, maybe a couple of people. I mean, it's just simple coding, simple app. And I don't think it's less than $1 billion now for Nigeria. Last year, we had a cash problem. And immediately OPay came into the stage, right? I guess in 1 year time, the market value almost $4 billion. Simple. So if you are in fintech or if in any tech area, right? What you do, you just discover a problem, solve the problem, and that solution will make everybody happy, including you. You understand? You don't need to rob anyone. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people are trying to take your money. That's where all the cybersecurity people are trying to stop them, this and that. There are so many issues are coming up. But what I'm just telling you, I'm promising you, if you just discover a problem, and where we are living, there are a lot of problems, right? Just solve one of them, and you became a billionaire. So my point here is, I was an economist. I'm still an economist. But when I discovered that data science is getting more and more and more valuable, like any person in data science average in US is starting from $85,000 in a year. After two years, $140,000, $130,000 in a year. And data science is around let's say 6 months education. Simple. Anyone can do. And coding has nothing to do with mathematics. I just want to tell you that. Because in our cohort, we was around 300 in the beginning in foundation classes. Then like 6, 7 different type of coding types. I have joined the DevOps, somebody joined the cybersecurity, somebody go this, somebody go that. That in each cohort, we had a language teacher, which is very an elderly lady, around 55, 60 years old, elderly lady, and she was number one in our cohort. Everybody was asking her, like, how did you solve this? Because the lady was passionate and she was doing everything right. I'm coming from mathematical background, but she has nothing to do with mathematics. That's just telling you guys that you don't need to be afraid of mathematics or coding is going to be very heavy. No. Unlucky thing is we are having in developing world is we have that fear of coding. Those tools that I have studying when I was 44, 43, right? My daughter, when she was 6, 7, not 8, when she was 8, in the classroom, she's in UK now. She started that, how did you do this in Python? How did you guys do in this coding? They're just studying simple algorithm. By 8, by 7. You don't need to, and it's very simple. And lucky for us, all developing world is Google, Microsoft, all those technology, let's say, giants. They are making technology as cheap as possible. If you have any internet connection, coding is free at Google platform. Free. You don't need to pay any kobo. If you just enter there, go to coding platform and code. Simple. Microsoft and Google are giving a lot of free courses for coding. The reason is this. Before, coding was just a simple part, maybe Microsoft, maybe Google, very simple, small part of it. Now it's everywhere. Simply like everyday needs, like just that ambulance rescue me. You want to go. Meanwhile, this Bolton White, they direct me somewhere else, but somehow somebody sent me the right address and I came here. Google Map is saving minimum of $15 billion everywhere only for fuel. I'm not talking about time. For Nigeria alone. Think yourself before, how was you navigating any address before? So what I'm saying, at this point, coding is number one. There is nothing to be afraid of it. It is getting more and more free. I also admire Elon Musk, which is making internet extremely cheap. Like before, I'm here for 12 years in Nigeria. Before, for me to buy 100 megabyte per second, it was almost around $10,000. 100 megabyte. Elon Musk is, if you have a receiver, you are just paying 38,000 naira, which is roughly $23 in a month. The same quality that I was buying for $10,000 before, you are just paying $23. Internet is getting cheaper. Internet is getting to be available for almost all locations very soon. Technology is getting to be more free, and YouTube, especially of all of these classes, are getting more and more free. So I see there is a bright future for all of us in technology. There is a very, very free, a very, very bright future for all of us. That's why I admire all these Indian people. Like India is more poorer if you compare in some areas with Nigeria. But I mean, they are leading the world. If you go to America, 85% of all of those tech people are Indians. And I'm really proud of them because a developing country can do this. If India has been able to make it, Nigeria can make it 100%. There is no problem with that. So at Philomath University, what we are doing, at Philomath University, we have opened a campus completely for computing sciences. Only computing sciences, 7 programs, and anyone who have 300 and above in jump is having 80% discount with us. We are trying to make it as cheap as possible. We are trying to make it as cheap as possible for those who are bright and at the same time doesn't have financial stability to make it for them. Because let me tell you something, a big ship will never go to the island. Big ship is a government. It will come close. Then a smaller ships should be shuttling between island and the big ship. That's what all of this Respectech is doing, Philomat is doing, all of those smaller than the government, that we are going and taking it to the grassroots. Okay? So I believe by this, because we was visiting and collaborating with Respectech for some time, and I believe it's going to be more future fruitful collaboration in the future. I wish you all well, code better, code always, and be happy, and I'm sure it's going to make you extremely wealthy. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Please, a hand for Professor Jalilov once again. That was very, very insightful. Thank you so much. We learned a lot from that speech. So right about now, we would be moving into our next panel session, and that is the HR panel session. Please take it away, media.
Imagine a world where hiring the perfect candidate is as simple as a few clicks, where employee engagement reaches new heights through innovative technology, and where data-driven decisions shape the future of work. This is the realm of HR, from AI-powered recruitment systems to advanced employee engagement platforms. The possibilities are endless. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our outstanding human resource panelists as they grace the grand stage of the Respectech Conference.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. It's just a minute. The amazing HRs are special, so we have to take time to come on stage and all of that. So please bear with us. All right. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone, once again. My name is Chiamaka Joyce. It's an honor to moderate this beautiful panel session. We are going to be looking at human resource in tech. If you want a job or need a job, or you're trying to scale or get a new job, all of that, make sure you listen in carefully and take notes too. Thank you very much. Before we dive in deeply, I want all of us to briefly introduce ourselves. So I'm going to start with the beautiful Ijoma over my side. Please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. I am Mrs. Ijoma Aladeshaye. I'm the CEO.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Good day, everyone. I am Mrs. Ijoma Aladeshaye. I act as the Chief Executive Officer of ServeLead Global, which is the Chief Implementing Partner of Respectech HR in Nigeria.
A round of applause for her, please. Then Steph, please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Stephanie Akut. I'm the co-founder and human resource manager at Adache Finance. Adache means contribution in Hausa, just like Ajo in Yoruba and Esusu in Igbo. And Adache is a fintech app that allows you to save money with friends and family while building a community. And I also have a human resource consulting company called Primary Global, and I primarily recruit for tech companies.
Wow, thank you very much. Nikoyo? Okay.
My name is Jane Odomodo. I'm the people manager for Telesofters Nigeria. I'm also the lead program manager on the Digital Explorers program. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jane. Nikoyo, please.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm Nkoyo Veronica Efrete, first be called Nikki. So I'm an HR organizational development and culture expert. I've worked for, I want to say, over 20 years in different fields. Started in the private sector in Nigeria before I went into the international humanitarian space. And right now I work in the international public sector. So I'm very passionate about people aligning with their talents and being happy irrespective of what's happening. And more importantly, equipping startups and individuals with the right talent, because I'm also the co-founder of HR and business consultancy firm called Insightful Solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next beautiful lady by her side, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Ejelwe, and I am the head HR admin as Rapper West Africa Limited. I'm also a life coach. I have a platform, Push Factor, where I also help ladies, women, precisely. I fuel them and ignite their passion to go after their dreams. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's beautiful and amazing to be in the same space with such amazing ladies that are doing impact all around the world. So thank you very much. So we're going to dive deep into this. To be honest, we know that finding the right candidate is very, very difficult, right? And for companies, the first thing they want to do when it comes to scaling and all of that is basically to find the right team. That's it, right? So please take us deep into the challenges faced by global companies when recruiting from our beloved Africa and how we can fix these issues. I'm going to start with Ijoma because she's the CEO of Respectech. So go ahead.
Okay, there's so many challenges faced, but I think I'll pick one that is not popularly talked about. When companies are looking to scale, we are mostly in a hurry because you're looking for someone to fill an empty space. And like we say, nature abhors vacuum. Now, at Stably Global, in the last 6 years, we've been doing a lot of recruitments, and I've been able to place over 100, young Nigerians directly from our company. And one thing I find is whenever you're in a hurry, you're likely to make a mistake. Many companies want to fill the gap. However, you see international companies or counterparts out there taking up to 2 months, taking up to 6 months sometimes. But I get clients that say, I need them like yesterday, I need them like yesterday, I need them like today. And yeah, we have a pool of people, right? But are they the right fit for that company? You could be a data analyst and then it's a data analyst role, but maybe the company is into, say, a humanitarian work and your drive is business. So when you're put there, you're just not feeling it. And the next thing you're complaining or contributing minimally, less than you would have. So being in a hurry, I would say is one. Yeah.
All right. Wow, being in a hurry. So companies, you have to take it slow. Calm down and take it slow. Yes. So please, Nikoyo, please add to that, please.
Okay. Don't worry, feel free to call me Nikki. Inquiry can be tricky. And just piggybacking off what she's saying, people are usually in a hurry. And startups, for me, it's super fascinating how, I don't know who we think will do the work. Sometimes the money just comes like from nowhere, and all of a sudden I need to hire 40 people. But we forget that when you're hiring people, it's not just for technical capacity, right? A lot of the human resource problems that we see happening later on is that people haven't really defined what they need from a person technically and the type of person that fits within their organization. So really making sure that your culture is clear and your vision is clear enough for other people is super important. So the first thing that I would definitely say is that you need to definitely know what your vision and your mission is. And as a founder or as an owner or even an MD or an HR, manager or a middle manager, it might be clear in your head, but it has to be super clear to those around you. And you need to know what that culture will look like. And then another interesting thing that has popped up recently is how AI is impacting recruitment, right?
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, the pandemic did a lot of bad things, but one good thing it did is that I think it kind of forced us to become future forward, where no longer are we saying, we have to interview you right in front of us, we need to see you, we need to know who this person is. But I kind of feel like we're going back to that cycle. And so definitely how AI is impacting the fact that people are using AI to write CVs, to prepare for interviews, and we're already hearing cases of recruitment errors coming up because the person you interviewed is not the person you hired.
So a lot of issues. Steph is ready to take this in and drop the bomb. Go ahead.
All right, so I think one of the biggest problems that we face now is that there's the pain point is that employers find it difficult to find talents, and also the talents don't know where to go and search for jobs, and that is a problem. And I'm very excited about what Respectech is doing with their HR platform, because that sort of solves what the problem is. And so I meet a lot of talents that say they are not on LinkedIn, and I'm wondering, okay, so how are the employers supposed to find you? And even if they're on LinkedIn, they don't even post anything on their LinkedIn. LinkedIn is empty. So I tell them, LinkedIn is not a place to be humble. Loud it. That's what employers want to see. They want to hear your accomplishments. They want to see the courses that you've done. They want to see your degrees. They want to see how much experience you have in the role. So yeah, it's important to just be loud on LinkedIn. Yeah.
So loud on LinkedIn. We have to start going like all in and all of that. So anybody want to add to that, please?
Yes, I would like to say, just to buttress what you just said, employability issues. So there seems to be a mismatch with the skills and the roles that you want to fill. So you find it difficult to get people that suit into that and has the competency and the skill required to fill the role. Is really very challenging. And you begin to question the educational system. It seems that we are more on the degree and certificate side, and we play very low on the skill side of things. So we have that issue big time. And sometimes you even interview a candidate when you see their CVs, and wow, and then they bring, give them the foot into the door, and they come in, and you're not able to tell the CV the person that you're interviewing. So it begins to look like the person probably had somebody prepared the CV. So there's a whole lot of skill competency issues around that. And then again, I know the challenges that we face. COVID happened to us. And so since COVID happened to us, the remote working has become something that we're beginning to embrace in Africa. And so because we begin to embrace it a lot in Africa, we have a lot of brain drain going. We have our competence, even the competence hands that we have, candidates that we have are all going abroad and they're not available. So it's the talent war out there, and it's a talent market. So they call the shots. And so we have that challenge, being able to the few talents that we have, the competent ones are not even available, because now it's a larger pool. You have it's the global talent now. People from all over the world sourcing the same, like the LinkedIn, like the Indeed, and all those websites. So people go there, the same market, India, Nigeria, all the same place. So we don't have that, and we have a huge skill gap in Nigeria, and that's why we're having that issue.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, you wanted to add something, please.
Oh, yes. Back in 2022, when my company, Telesofters, which is an EU company, wanted to open shop in Nigeria, we faced major challenges trying to recruit engineers, and that was a learning process for us. And one of them was expectations management. So one thing we discovered was that engineers here in Nigeria are mainly generalists, and most global companies are looking for specialists. So in the beginning, because we didn't understand that at first, we disqualified a lot of candidates until we got to the point to appreciate that, hey, it's not bad to be a generalist. Perhaps we can prioritize the skills or languages or tech stacks that are key to us, and then embrace the others as an advantage and not a disadvantage. So that was one challenge we had. Another challenge we had was the noise. So you put out an application, and then You get thousands of applications. It was exciting at first because so my company is a European company where you put out an ad over there in Europe, maybe 20 people will apply and you're rejoicing. So our first job application, we had day one, 500 people apply. I'm like, my God, this is good, Jay. This is good job. I was like, hold on. And half of it was just noise. So one thing I would advise if we have global companies or global HRCA is focus targeted at the communities, tech communities where these talents are. In fact, I personally partner with heads of communities and say, hey, give me your best guys. And that saves me all the trouble. Right? And thirdly, something that we saw that became a challenge to bring in other members after the first set was conscious bias. So the first set of Nigerians that come in forget that they are ambassadors for the others to come. So they come in and then give up the negative, the other side of the Nigerian vibe and scare the Europeans away and say, oh, is this how Nigerians work? Oh, we don't want to have to deal with them. So if you're applying to a global company, be at your best behavior. Because after you, we want more people to come. So those three things were things we had to deal with at the start.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. She really hit the nail on the head. So I'm going to ask Sophie. Jane has talked about the noise, because the noise is very, very loud. If you just send one application, just put out one application, you're seeing 200 people, you're seeing 300 people. And if you begin to check the CVs and all of that, you find out that most of them are jargons, actually. So how do we distill this noise and actually creatively drag out these global talents that have the skills, are qualified, and we just push them into the market so that these global companies can hire them? How do you think we should do that?
Well, I think what Respectech is doing. So I think in a bit to bridge that gap, really, we have to begin to embrace skill-based trainings. For HR, we have to initiate internships. All right. For example, what my company is doing, we partner with University of Benin. So within I think every 3 months we get like 8 students. They come in and they have 3 months internship with us. Why do we do that? So they can have they can learn the skill from the classroom experience. They know what it is in the the work experience. What if it tarries, what is expected, how it marries what they taught them in school. And so they can have a first-hand experience of what the job they're expected to do when they leave school. So why do we do that? We do that because we are in the power sector and we would like to build this talent and fall back on them, when they graduate. We don't want to start looking for talent. So we are conscious in partnering with, academia, right? To be able to have that training internship programs to ensure that we equip these students. So when they come out, they have this skill, because we are going back to that market to look for candidates. So another thing we do is mentorship. So we have it where you have to, handhold some of them and have them mentored. So these are areas that HR can drive those initiatives, especially too if you have an organization that are open to CSR. All right, so you might want to begin to look at CSR-based partnership with organizations to ensure that talent out there, because it's a gap. It is a huge gap for Nigeria as it is gap. So it's something we begin to, it's beyond what just the private sector can do. We should begin to, but government should come into this, even the universities, everybody has to be on desk, because it's something that we're struggling with. We need to be able to equip them, have initiatives that will train them. Government can come out with policies like free internet training, because lately my organization had to go to a secondary school, not secondary school precisely, to give them a 20K kilowatt solar, to empower the secondary. They didn't have light. So you're talking about tech. You imagine students, lately my son is taking WIEC, and you have students that have never seen a computer. And this is the first time they're seeing a computer, because they've never had, they are different tribes. They've never had that experience. So, and they're seeing a computer for the first time. And so they are going to bound to fail that WIEC, because they are trying to get themselves to even know how to operate it, then the time is running. So we have to go out there, take it personally sometimes, even self-initiative, CSR initiative to what can you do to help this, the youth out there. So these are things that we are doing, and I think that's one way we can actually bridge the gap.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, Sophie, Steph, please, do you have anything to add to that? Okay. Nikki, okay, please go ahead. Yes, you want to add to that question? The step on the top.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off what she said. I mean, this is definitely the time for capacity building for sure. We like to complain that, oh, the talent is not there, there's a brain drain, but we're a country of literally hundreds of millions of people, and we've gotten to the point in life where it's time to put our money where our mouth is, whether as an HR professional or as owner of a business. And the advice I would give, from an HR standpoint is that we need to move away from operations to actually business partnering and creating a very conducive place to work. And we're so smart in Nigeria, honestly. The brains are there. But people have gone through things. You talked about people being disenfranchised, right? Where they are. Can you imagine the problems that they might have on their back? And if for whatever reason they're able to scale into an organization, they can come with their egos, they can come with their complexes, they can come with their self-esteem, their pride, and you find yourself having issues that have nothing to do with their technical capacity, right? So creating a very positive employee brand is super important. That helps, and you have to focus on building people's skills and at the same time their mental well-being. You understand? Like one thing that I've focused on, I think, in the last 10 years of the different jobs I've worked in is employee engagement, employee communication, right, and interactions. And going beyond the fact that people are just here to work, they're spending 10, 15, 20 hours a day doing your job. And we think to ourselves, when we used to say, oh, when you get to the office, leave your problems by the door, it is a lie. It's not possible anymore, especially if I'm in deep tech where I am there all the time. I need you to understand what kind of personality type I am, what kind of personality type is the office, do I fit in, do I not fit in, do I know where to go to where there are issues, and how can I relax, because most of the time what allows people to work and perform really well has absolutely nothing to do with their technical skills and everything to do with their, mental and well-being. I'll just round up by saying that, like I said, I can not overemphasize the fact that HR professionals need to move away from operations and admin. Tech will eliminate our jobs, honestly, for some of us. I look at some people and I'm so passionate about telling them, you need to start to pivot and think differently, because in a couple of years, if you are like, for example, the policy master, you have offices where you have the person that you go to that knows all the policies like the back of their mind. The day ChatGPT integrates with your office, that's the end of your job. So what are you going to be there doing next? And so you have to start moving away from the operations side to the business partnering side.
Wow, thank you very much. Yes, she wants to add to that.
Okay, so just to add, I'd say I like the angle, the answers to that question went, because when you said silencing the noise, we could have gone the angle of, oh, when you get an application, use this tool to take out the fake ones and all that, but we went to the grassroots, the roots of the problem. If people are quality, the noise is less, and then that drives us now in tech to edu tech, people who are training or upskilling youths for technology. When we first started Respectech HR, it was a simple model: train people in soft skills, train them in tech skills, then get them jobs. As simple as that is. When we started it, I started to ask myself, I didn't expect all this, but one thing I always tell myself every day is, if you want to do it well. If you want to do it well. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be, oh, I bring you, I train you. No. There are going to be challenges. There are going to be hitches. There are sometimes you even wonder. Respectech HR in the first year took in candidates for free due to several partnerships, including the most applaudable to us, our partnership with Social Good Fund, right? Africa. Now we took in people for free. So the first worry was, will people take these courses seriously? And I was amazed. I'm really amazed by
The Nigerian, of course, the African talent market is huge, and we have what it takes to take up the world. And I will encourage every youth out there to make themselves available for initiatives that are being taken, like Respectech, and train themselves and get the skills and the competence they need to be able to, get the job they want. Very important, because, like she said, it's not just to offer it free. Will you take it serious? Because sometimes when you have something free, you don't value it. So it's important that when you get it on a platter of gold, please value it and use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nikki?
So my advice is never be entitled, right? And never be unwilling to take risks. And I have to say this especially for the ladies out there. You would be surprised the jobs that, despite the noise sometimes, there's literally nobody applying. And we keep telling ourselves, I'm not going to go there because I need to know somebody, I have to be part of the network. And you're losing out on opportunities. And maybe you're there with your friends that are like, there's nothing out there. And they're busy applying and going international. And you're chilling at home. So, your dreams are definitely valid. Make sure you pursue it and be ready to bend, as and when needed. And for the employers out there, my simple advice would be, please deal with your prejudices and your biases and your sources of unhappiness, so that when you do get the amazing people that you need for your job, for your organizations, you don't destroy your organizations yourself.
Thank you very much. Please, Jane, go ahead.
To get inside the organization. If you're looking for the best candidates, don't wait till there's a job ad. Start priming your talent community. There are people looking up to you. There are people following you on LinkedIn, on Instagram. Tell them what they can do to prepare. Tell them all the do's and don'ts to get into your company at least. And then gather a body of knowledge of all the patterns you've seen so far in your experiences and say, this is where things are going. If we walk left in this angle, we are likely to end right, so that those coming after will have something that they can read or refer to.
Oh, thank you very much, Stephanie.
All right, for me, I would address the techies out there and the aspiring techies. I understand that the African tech scene is blooming really fast, and then the opportunities are endless, but then we don't have, or it's difficult for us to find these people, and I'm more particular about helping tech talents to find the right opportunities. So with the right skill and with the right dedication, you can find an amazing tech career out there. So my fintech startup is looking for example, a Flutter front-end developer, and it's difficult for us to find one. If you're one, I would love to meet you today, and I'll hire you on the spot. So yes.
Wow. Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, so I would say that the responsibility of putting Africa's human resource to work is neither a one-man or one organization responsibility. And even if we didn't know that before, with over 5,600 young Nigerians registered to be part of the Respectech program, we know that now. So collaboration is important, partnership is important, joining forces is important. The way we are going to get there is getting there together.
Thank you very much. You've heard it yourself. We need to do this together and collaborate and help people get jobs. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please.
A round of applause for these amazing ladies. Thank you so much. So I guess we can just take a picture. Thank you so much. Can we give a big round of applause to these amazing, amazing women? How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Amazing. So I'm really curious. Is HR for women alone? was like, we had a panel full of women. So why is that? Does anyone know why women are more dominant in this role? I feel like empathy plays a big role in, right? Are we saying the men are not empathetic? It's really interesting to hear a couple of things they've said. Very insightful as always. I think one thing I took for me as well as a communication person, I feel it's important to use our social media more proactively. Not just about posting about fun stuff. It's also an opportunity to put ourselves out there, share what we do, let people know. You never can tell. I personally have benefited from social media a lot. A lot of the work that I've done, a lot of the clients that I've gotten personally is through social media. I also think what is also important for us is the importance of developing ourselves skill-wise. Do your research, read, search, just make sure you know what is happening. But so yeah, very amazing session. Can we give the ladies a round of applause again? So the next to please lead this panel. Can we have Tochi on the stage, please? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, everybody. Have we been having a fantastic time here? No? Why? Who said no? Are you hungry, or do you need to like move your body a little or something? Definitely there's going to be break where you get to have something to eat or to just chew on. But before we get to any sort of break, let us quickly have a panel session for women in tech. Please clap for us. Clap for us. Clap for the women in tech. So quickly, let me call some of the panelists to be on the stage. I'm not sure if every one of them is here, but if Palesa Mothapo is here. As this gorgeous lady climbs up the stage. The next person on the panel session, Tommy J. Is Tommy J here? Mariam Gwadebi. Please, a round of applause as these gorgeous women take up the stage. Dorothy Simeon. Aroba Zuber. Please, a round of applause as they keep taking up the... Okay. Yes, thank you all once again for being on this fantastic panel. So quickly, before we dive right into the questions, I would like each and every one of us to briefly introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and perhaps tell us something, just one interesting thing about yourself, and then we can kickstart from there.
Oh, do I go first? Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Okay, great. My name is Farida Yahaya, and I am the president of the Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Association of Nigeria. I currently work as the head of customer development at OneTeller, which is a fintech company. One interesting thing about me, I take a lot of tea. It doesn't matter the weather. I can take 10 to 15 cups in a day. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dorothy.
Simeon, one interesting thing about me, I wear two hats, which is I work for Wenters as the lead program coordinator. Majorly, what I do is create initiatives, resources, materials, whatnot, that can support women in tech globally. We have a global community of women in tech. And the second hat that I work as a talent program manager for Black. That's BLACHE. And majorly, what I do is recruit women in tech, men in tech as well. And yeah, that's what I do in a nutshell. Thank you.
Beautiful. Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Balasam Tapo, and I'm the Senior Director at the International Office at Nelson Mandela University. I'm also the Director of Research Support and Management.
Beautiful.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My
Good
name is
afternoon.
Mariam Lawan, and I am the founder of Blue Sapphire Hub, an innovation hub in Kano State. And I also work with the Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, supporting under the IEC pillar, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Capital pillar in his blueprint.
Beautiful. Please, a round of applause for that. We have powerful ladies seated right here for this panel session. So on to the first question. It's about gender inclusivity. What specific strategies have been effective in increasing the participation and success of women in the African and global tech sector? Dorothy, can you start first?
Absolutely. So I believe one strategy that has been silently working is the engagement of allies. So we are gradually seeing more men sort of challenge the bias and the stereotype that has sort of has been widely spread for the role of women in technology or in the society generally. And so they're sort of reshaping, the attitudes of what it should be. And it has been silent, but it has been working, and it's really effective as a strategy. Yeah.
Awesome. Dr. Palese? Yeah.
Okay, I think what's been successful is having the right policies. So policies that are determinant. I know it's important to have allies, but allies without a formal enforcement, it's not helpful. It's good to have somebody encouraging you and grooming you and supporting you. But if there isn't some directive to put you in a certain space and keep you there, then it's not going to work. So policies that enable that to happen are very important, and they've been particularly successful in South Africa. I mean, in my university, the entire leadership, like senior leadership, is female, from the chancellor
Impressive.
to all the directors are all female, and you couldn't do that without a right policy that enforces that.
Beautiful. Miriam?
Okay. And to add to what she just said is mentorship. I think mentorship has been instrumental in driving more women to participate in tech. Over the years, there have been a lot of mentorship programs and ability for women to see role models and connect with them. Opportunities like this to speak. And of course, when you see someone that you think cannot be able to speak about tech is speaking about tech, and you're able to connect with that person because of maybe the ecosystem you come from or the community you come from, it helps you to also ignite other people's passion to also want to be part of tech. And I think that has been really helpful. And a lot of women and girls are leaning on that mentorship to actually venture into tech careers.
Beautiful. Lastly, you?
Thank you. So to add to what they've said, I think for me, one of the things I've learned over the last 2 weeks, interestingly, is the importance of catching them young. There's a lot that we are doing. So I lead a project called Every Girl, and what we do is to be able to support girls across Nigeria to have access to training about the internet connectivity, how it works, what kind of programs or projects they might be interested in to solve local problems in their communities, either through AI or cybersecurity and what have you. And I really, really love the energy and the enthusiasm that they bring to these classes, to the learning. And it reminds me of something that I've sort of taken up upon this year as a mantra, which is the future is now. We cannot afford to keep saying that we want to wait for these young girls to come into the university before we can redirect them to tech, right? Or even wait for them to actually get to the end of their career or mid-career and they're struggling with technology. Technology is here, is an enabler, it's supposed to make our lives easier. So it's really important that we really catch them young and really speak beyond just people who are already in a formative career, starting from primary school to secondary school. Let's get girls really interested in tech and make them understand that it is not a boys' club, and there are so many other women who are also excelling, when it comes to tech. So yeah, that's
beautiful. A round of applause for these deep insights. Thank you. So moving on to the second question. As women in tech, I believe we have heard or perhaps firsthand experienced some of the barriers women encounter in the ecosystem. So can you give us what are some of the significant barriers women encounter and how can these barriers be overcome? I think we can start with you.
Oh, okay. So I like to say that I see challenges as opportunities for learning.
Beautiful.
And, it's really important that if I encounter something or if I'm the first person in the room, right, the first woman in the room, I shouldn't be the last. I should open up the doors for more women to be able to have access.
Absolutely.
And so for me, when I look at challenges, I look at it beyond just happening to me, but how can I, make sure that it happens beyond? So one of the things that I've tried to do working in management especially is to be able to find policies that allow women to show up fully as themselves. This thing that we do where we expect women who are caregivers and are doing multiple things to show up as if they don't have other lives does not work. And so for me, what I try to do is in management meetings, in conversations, I try to remind people, how can we have policies that are more friendly for women who are either nursing mothers or who have young children or who are, again, doing other things with their lives that requires them to show up fully and be able to give of themselves. And it's been very, very interesting and challenging because most of the times the feedback you get, well, maybe you're not supposed to be here if we need to make room for you in these areas. And then I say, okay, so how are you? I mean, we know this popular saying that says you can't hold up the sky with one hand, right? You need two hands. So if you're going to do it just men, how is it going to work? Right? And so you challenge the thinking and people start to say, oh, okay, so how would it work for you? So having to speak up in meetings and say, oh, this is school pickup time. I need to go pick up my son and come back. Can we have this meeting later? Can I join virtually? Right? Or you're having a sick day or something is happening, especially for people who just had babies. I've had cases of women who have had to, hide their pregnancy or, change their dates that they're giving birth just so that they don't get, so many of these things and try to juggle all this leave and this and that. And for me, really, is just, if we do that, then we're not allowing people to show up as fully as themselves and they're not able to give the best of themselves. So that has been like one of the most challenging things for me.
Dorothy?
I'm so excited that you said everything you said. So I think one of the things that I have personally struggled with while I work at Wenters is one of our core service is providing mentorship programs. Now, when we do a call for application, it would alarm you. Well, it may not alarm you, but we would receive thousands of women who want to be mentored. However, we would receive so few number of women who want to mentor, who want to provide mentorship. This has been a struggle for us. So we have to do direct recruitment, getting women in tech who are willing to provide those services. It has been a struggle for us. And so a lot of the things that we do is we celebrate our women, those who have mentored, and then sort of reshape their ideas and teach them on the importance and significance of mentorship, because mentorship itself is a significant catalyst that will change, has been changing, and will continually change the success story of every woman in technology. So it's really essential that women stand up to provide mentorship to more women. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay, maybe just a different perspective, because I think we're talking in general about STEM careers. The barriers that you mentioned apply to all women who are in STEM. The problem of retention, firstly access, and then retention. Because once you get it, you make it up there, you might not make it fast enough, and there are other life events that happened. And I think it becomes rather challenging because women are put on the same benchmark as men who don't have the same kind of issues. You know, you have to step down for 3 months to go have your baby and come back, and and the perceptions around that, you're not career driven, you don't want to grow, and all of these things stem from the fact that it's not a traditionally women don't do this kind of stuff. I mean, we were just chatting with Oliver about the panel, the HR panel that was all women. So women are not there. I mean, men are not in the HR because traditionally it was a female only, like women go and become the secretary. You go to school, you become a secretary, that's your job. And then secretaries became HR managers over time. So then it became a legacy of how historically women have been treated. And it shows that even in the workplace, historically women are still treated separate from men. The policies are male friendly. And not to say that it's not important, but you need to develop policies that respond to the needs of the women, that you want them to actively participate in the workplace, in STEM, in tech, in any kind of workplace. For myself, I always tell my team that it's important to maintain a work-life balance. And it was incredibly difficult for me. I'm a scientist and I had children, and my first supervisor for my postgraduate studies told me if I want to be a really successful scientist, I must forget about getting married or having kids. Only when I've made it, then I can think about having kids. But life doesn't work like that, right? So from a male perspective, he became extremely successful because, and he had a wife. The wife looks after him, everything, and then he can excel in his career. But as a woman, you have all those other barriers that come in between you, so you can't even excel at a similar rate. So beyond the paper, the policy, the importance also of representation and being there and being young, right? We want to see young women in those spaces, and we know sometimes it takes long, but you need to see young people and you need to keep them there so that they'll be able to bring up more. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay. So challenges are everywhere, and I think in the whole STEM sector, a lot of women are facing challenges, and I could say that one of the major challenges is stereotype. Immediately, and it's even, I have experienced that a lot, because immediately they see me with my attire, people get to feel like, oh, this one doesn't know anything. And if you speak about, I think there was a time I was speaking about cybersecurity, and the person was like, oh, so you know about black responsibilities. Let us take all the work from her and relieve her of that duty. And that discourages you, because it hurts a lot, because you have the capacity. You can do it despite all this despite all the peculiarity and the nuances around you, you already know how to position yourself in order to deliver those tasks. But of course, because you are a married woman, you get to stereotype and say, oh, this one cannot be able to do it. Let me just give her one or two things and let her just focus on other things. So this is also part of the challenges. So even if she's passionate and committed on doing a lot in the tech sector, if there's that kind of discrimination, she won't be able to unleash her talent. And then the other side of it is inclusivity as a workplace. Workplaces don't really think, most places like tech communities, they don't consider a lot of the needs of women. So come to think of it, when you think about, just like we're speaking about nursing mothers and all that, and in a hub or in an innovation center, there is no crèche. And this is why at my hub, I thought about it and I specifically created a space where all these female staff can be able to keep their kids, and also beneficiaries can be there to keep their kids. And that has encouraged a lot of women to come back, because basically I could say my hub was not specifically targeting women, but because of this accommodating needs that I'm catering for women, it has made it that, like, now Blue Sapphire is more women-centric hub that provides this kind of services. So all my programming, I try to ensure gender mainstreaming in all the activities. So I think the discrimination part and our understanding of gender, we know how to multitask. Women know how to multitask. So don't assume that just because she's a woman, she cannot be able to do the tasks that you want her to do. Assign, if she fails, then that is when you now position her, or now look at, you don't even need to cast her out after she fails. Try to find out what was the reason, because I think empathizing with our workers, with the people we're mentoring, we need to all be cautious of that and be able to support them so that we can have more women in tech.
Beautiful. A round of applause for this deep insights. So one thing that has kept going round amongst all the panelists is mentorship. So the next question is, how can mentorship and sponsorship programs be structured to increase women's participation in the tech ecosystem generally? Dorothy.
Thank you. So at Wenters, we have structured our mentorship programs we prioritize the dyadic style of mentorship, which is a one-to-one pair. So we believe that there is a deeper connection between the mentor and the mentee, as well as ensuring that, they're able to open up freely. So that's one end. The other end is, during your mentorship program, we provide formative and summative feedback, sort of structures. Now, the formative is every session, we do collect the feedback from that session. And then there is the summative, which is, the closure feedback forms that are provided. We also have soft skills training that are infused. Our goal through the soft skills training is to ensure that, you don't just hear what she's saying, you don't just get a cheerleader at the end of the day, but you're also getting training that would help you when you do go into the workplace, to ensure that you're able to seamlessly work within the four walls of the culture that is required in the organization. And then we always teach about the 3 A's of mentorship, which is availability, letting you know that there is an established open door policy. There is also, acceptance, which says, I'm here for you. I'll listen to you, but I won't judge you. I will counsel you. And then lastly is affirmation, which says, I'm going to be your cheerleader, So those structures have been put in place and it has been successful so far. So I believe those are some of, an example and structures that can be put into place for mentorship and sponsorship programs.
Beautiful. Dr. Palesa, please take it.
I think that's, sorry, this is a bit weird. I think that in terms of mentorship and support, already it can start with you as an individual, that you identify people that you work with to grow them. I think I will give an example with higher education. It's very difficult in kind of administrative support environments for people to move up. And so you as a manager needs to ensure that you upskill your people so that you can move them up, because the system itself does not enable that. It's not like in an academic where you become professor, etc. There's a path, but in the administration there isn't such a path. So somebody wouldn't even be able to advance at a certain stage. And I think it's the same also within tech startups and in those spaces, that you can be working in one particular area and it becomes your thing for the next 30 years and you never advance. So you need someone to come and spend time and involve you in other spaces so that you can grow. You can grow in other qualities like leadership qualities, which, you know, you may be born with them, but I think they need to be cultivated most of the time. The kind of discipline and all of those things that a person needs when they advance to the next level. I think the HR ladies also mentioned that is a problem. So you as a person who's leading and as a woman, you need to cultivate those things in them. Secondly, you have to use a quota system in these things. If you want to speed up the process, you need to say, you know, in our organization, you know, out of 100 people, you know, 50% need to be women. And if we know that there's fewer women that are in the sector, then what do we need to do to get them into the sector so that we get this 50%? You set the target, you make sure you implement it according to your target. And it also raises awareness about your own gaps that you have as a company, that you're not meeting those, you know, those quotas. So when you want to bring them in, you look at the quota and you say, okay, we want to get 30 people and then we're going to support them in this way. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay, so for mentorship, I think, and sponsorship programs, one of the major things that we need to be considerate about is the selection of those mentors. And I think in most situations where the mentor is the one doing more of the talking than the mentee, the program success becomes lesser than expected, because mentorship is more about that mentee being able to express himself, communicating, sharing problems, and being able to be free with his mentor. So the mentor should be more of a listener who listens, and then is not for you to actually prefer a solution, but to actually suggest and actually provide access to resources. So in most of these programs, mentorship programs, the reason why the success is very less is because during the mentorship program, one is more of like a training. And training is not all we want. We want mentor. We want to be heard. We want to be guided. And that is why we have issues in that perspective. And then another thing is, when we are selecting the mentors, who are these mentors? I may not be a good mentor, even though, yes, I am thriving in my sector. It's not everyone that can be a mentor. So we have to be able to streamline and provide even the training for the mentors, because the mentors need to be guided on how the process of the mentorship should be. It's more of them supporting. And a lot of these people, when you're mentoring a young person or a mentee, he needs access to opportunities. He doesn't want a lot of talking. He wants you to open doors for him. He wants access to finance. He wants access to resources. He wants access to tools to build his solution. So what he needed is that kind of, you need to understand what your mentee needs and then be able to provide. So I think it's just ability to structure the whole mentorship program would be able to become more impactful and
beautiful. Farida?
Oh, thank you. I think I'll start by saying that I feel like we've abused the word mentorship. I've been doing mentorship and coaching separately. Mentorship started before coaching for almost 10 years now. And I think one of the ones that I've really enjoyed doing is, you know, the Yali one. Any Yali person here will tell you that it's very structured, and, you know, you have a plan. You come to your mentor with a plan, right? And that really, really helps me as a mentor, because then I know exactly what you are trying to do. And from my first meeting, I tell my mentees, I need you to go back and do what I call an individual evaluation plan. What that helps you do is to ask, where am I right now? Where do I want to get to in the next 6 months or 1 year? And how do I get there? And I allow you to be the one to design that. And then when you come back to me, I have a conversation with you around what are the things that might be stopping you. And permit me to go a bit spiritual here. Anybody who is talking to you and trying to guide you and direct you is speaking into your life. So you need to decide if this is somebody that I agree qualifies to speak into my life. Does that person have the same values as me? Does that person see the world the way I see the world? Is the person impact driven or just profit driven? Nothing wrong with that. Money runs the world, we know. But it's really important for you to be able to fully align with that person such that every mentorship conversation or session feeds you and helps you to feel uplifted. And that's where the coaching comes in. A good mentor might not be a good coach. A good coach nudges you on, helps you to see the best in yourself. But a good mentor would show you, I have done it, and helps you to aspire or be inspired by their lives. So it's really important that you're able to know all these different things. And before you show up to someone, show up ready. I'll close by saying that also, you can have mentorship, in a different way, right? I'll give an example with Oye. I call him my president, right? He has mentored me in so many ways that he doesn't even know. And I reach out to him when I need advice on specific things that I see he's interested in, and I know he'll be able to give me value for. So don't wait for the person to be specifically attached to you all the time and make time for you. There are other ways you can still show up, get value, and be able to also give value. Thank you.
Beautiful. A round of applause for this deep insight. So just to quickly wrap up, because we are running out of time, we have one more question and then we'll be out of here. Speaking about work-life balance as women in tech, how can tech companies in Africa create a better work-life balance atmosphere for women in the ecosystem? Mariam, let's start with you, please.
Okay, so I usually I usually argue when they say, when they speak about work-life balance, because my belief is that one has to suffer. You cannot have that balance. But of course, you have to try for both to work. So in workplaces, I think one of is inclusive policies, ensuring that your policies align with they align with work-life balance of your employees. Just like after COVID, we've realized that we can work remotely. So accommodate that in your workplaces, accommodate situations where people can actually be able to serve as a more of part-time employees. Some people can say, oh, I want to work 3 hours per day. Accommodate all this, because that's the only way to be able to bring in women into this things. Because by restricting it to the normal way of having women to work 9 to 5, it does not work for every woman. So you have to all look at those bits and make sure that you accommodate them in the work policies, and you'll be able to have a work-life balance in the workplace. But of course, work always, because career will not wait. But and also family will not wait. We'll all move out at some point. The kids may move out. The family may feel suffocated, and you have a broken home. So you just need to strategically find your priorities and align with those priorities.
Beautiful, Dr. Pelosi.
I think generally it's very hard for women to maintain work-life balance. And I don't have it myself, but I try to cultivate such practices such practices that give me time to have time at home. Like, for example, I don't have 8 o'clock meeting. My team is here, they know. I don't do 8 o'clock meeting because I have to drop my kids. I have to have breakfast with them because I come back home late. And I also work late. And I think it's been like that. And we can't say that when you come, especially if you get into a leadership position, that you're going to manage the 7 to whatever 8 hours that you need to work and still manage to go watch your kids play sport and go swim and go to the gym and all that stuff that happens. I don't do all of it. I try to put some of it in my life. I think what I want to say is that It should be more about the delivery of the work, the outputs, not about how much time you sit in an office. Because you can sit in the office and do nothing and deliver nothing. But it's about what you can, the things that you meeting the deadlines, the things that you deliver that is required of you. That's more important. And that we remember the impact, the mental health impact that it may have on people to demand such things from them as, working the same hours as you, because I know what I can do with 1 hour. I know what I can maximize in an hour, whereas another person does not necessarily know how to do that. So it's very tricky to kind of create that balance, but we need to understand that there's only one of you, and for the people who work for us, that there's only one of them. If they die, we'll find a replacement. So you need to value yourself as well and understand that you need to maintain your own balance by ensuring that during the time that you're given, you can deliver and that you can focus the rest on living.
Profound. Dorothy?
Thank you. I'm so sorry we need to cut it right here. Please, a
Ladies
hand
and
for our
gentlemen, a round of
women.
applause for our panelists.
Thank you
as they
so
take it
much.
up.
Thank you. Please, pictures. Let's take some pictures. Everybody say women in tech. Doing amazing stuff. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our women, the trendsetters, the visionaries that are doing quite amazing work in the tech space. Thank you so much. How are we feeling? You're tired. Are you sure you're tired? I don't think I'm tired. I think I'm energized to do more. Really? Okay. So you're tired. I get that. However, the next session we are having is one you want to watch, is one you should be a part of. I understand that a lot of us know that AI has taken over. True or false? True or false? It is true, but I understand where you're coming from. Please, a hand for yourselves for being here till this time. Please clap for yourselves. Appreciate yourselves. All right, so in the next 10 minutes, we'll be out of here. And to this end, I would like to bring up our last and final panelists. I like to call them global panelists, which are the AI and blockchain panelists. Please, in the next 10 minutes, we are done. So media, take it away. Thank you very much.
Delve into the world. 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 Solutions powered by blockchain and AI. These are the innovators known for pushing the boundaries of artificial intelligence and decentralized technology. Together, they will explore the latest advancements, opportunities, and challenges in these fields. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our impeccable speakers as they make their way to the grand stage of the Respectech Conference.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we tired? No worry. We'll be here in the next 10-15 minutes, thereabouts. So let me introduce myself. My name is Chukwuemeka Gerald Ibiaochi. I am a young and active citizen, a passionate advocate of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I am a blockchain and digital currency growth and marketing expert. And by the grace of God, I work with L Bank as a global marketing specialist and also the African community manager. And I am a product of Servlead Global and also Mr. Oyi that was seated here before. So let me introduce I have awesome panelists. I don't know if those joining us from the UK are live, but for those here, let me welcome Ambassador Jacob Onyobi. Ambassador, if you are here, okay. Mr. Raphael Issa, if you are here, kindly join me on stage. Mr. Raphael Etari Jaffe. I don't know if I got that. Okay. And Mr. Iyinolakan Yinka. Sorry. Mr. Yinka, is Mr. Yinka here? Okay. And Matt Black and Tofan Aslan. Media, I don't know if you are joining us. Okay, thank you so much. Let me move closer. Okay, so we'll be deliberating, talking about artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. And we all know that AI and blockchain are drivers of the fourth industrial revolution that we are currently. And I would like to ask all the panelists my first question, which is, what are the potential application of artificial intelligence in sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, education in Africa? Mr. Raphael, can you just, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Raphael Etari Daffy. I'm founder of Juliet AI. So straight to the question, three industries that are paramount to the way we live. Education, healthcare, and agriculture. Okay, so education. Let's start with, say, healthcare. Now look at telemedicine. When you get sick, for example, the first thing you want to do is talk to a doctor, a consultant, right? So what if AI could do that? But it will definitely not be able to do that the way your consultants will be able to do that yet. We're getting there. We're not there yet, but it's getting very close. I have friends building products as we speak using this, leveraging on this technology. Secondly, agriculture. It's beautiful. You know, there are a whole lot of innovations going around leveraging artificial intelligence when it comes to agriculture. And finally, education. That's where I play. So Juliet AI, we're leveraging on artificial intelligence to help you learn tech skills much more easier. We've done it. Thousands of people are benefiting from it already. So it's not potential. It's stuff that are already working, things that are already in existence.
Okay, my name is Issa Raphael. It appears that there are two Raphaels here. And I'm the MD CEO of Gracesoft Technologies, which is in northern Nigeria. Interestingly, when we talk about blockchain, I'd like to say that one of the key projects we're working on currently is a commodity exchange platform that covers the northwestern region of the country. And as a matter of fact, it's completely driven by blockchain, right? And that's important because, as you will agree, for farmers to be able to put their produce in a place and be sure that it is indeed secured, it has to be with a technology that is non-fungible, such as the blockchain technology. And as a matter of fact, because it is driven by blockchain, it allows for what is called a warehouse receipting system. And that warehouse receipting system, which is also blockchain backed, is one that allows farmers to and the financial institutions to be able to give a handshake in such a way that a farmer can say that, okay, I have 3 tons of maize or ginger in the warehouse, right? That is benchmarked by this particular commodity exchange, and with that certified by the blockchain technology, his warehouse receipt becomes a financial instrument. With such a warehouse receipt, he can get loan from banks. He can use that to make transactions and stuff like. So I think that blockchain is opening up very, very interesting possibilities in those areas. And Raphael, my namesake here, just talked about education. And indeed, I believe that one of the key things that artificial intelligence brings to to education is let's use the word gauged learning, right? So that people are learning so many things online, but then with artificial intelligence, it is possible, to see what the nuances are, to understand how this person's learning pattern is different from the other person, and see where the gaps are in these learning patterns, and then find out what kind of tailored learning is needed by this other person from this other person, and how that can be immediately made available by recommendations, algorithms that can make recommendations to enhance this kind of learning. For me, I think that this is where e-learning should be headed towards. So that's it from me.
Good day, everyone. I would like to start by addressing this pandemic about AI replacing jobs like accounting, you can name them. But I would like to state this fact. AI cannot replace your job if you know how to use it, if you know how to apply it to your field. Why am I saying this? AI feed on data, just like we humans, we can't do without food. So if AI feed on data, who provide this data? This data is being provided by you and I. So if I'm feeding my dog, I should be able to control my dog. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So I don't see AI replacing your job if you really know what you're doing. I see AI making you becoming that smart person in the room. You understand? Making you becoming that smart person in the room in the sense of making your job more easier for you and timely. There are some, like content creation before. For you to be able to create a content back in the day, it will take you no less than maybe a week. Let me use book for example. But with the help of AI, if you are smart enough, you can write a book within an hour or two. So that is what I call smart work, instead of having that idea of AI replacing your job. So let me add to what Mr. Raphael said concerning I think the first one. You talk about AI in education, and AI in education can also provide personalized learning and also automate administrative processes. So I see AI as a not just a machine, but a platform for us to be able to upgrade ourselves.
Thank you so much. And a round of applause for them, please. Thank you. So we are here today because Respectech HR put up this amazing conference tagged Putting Africa's Human Resource to Work Through Technology and Innovation, and talking about blockchain and artificial intelligence. To ask a question, how can AI and blockchain aid
Because Jamal was doing that. Who is talking from this?
As you mute yourself.
I don't know. Why is this thing? Bro, why this problem before? I don't know. Who is touching this screen? This screen dey go up and on, and the thing is affecting my own this thing here.
Maybe after the studio is full.
Not remember.
Maybe after the studio is full.
That would be people out. Take people out that you have to take them out. What should I click out? What can I click there? Take them out, kind of hard. Let me try. He said, please check the sound studio too.
Okay, hold on.
No, come on and plug them.
How far can he join? Can he rejoin now?
Yeah, I don't take it. I beg, don't forget to this one, this one, they can join. Yeah. So if you are ready, you can add the man. You can put him on stage.
I would like to talk about the enterprise support, whereby the AI helps to analyze market data and also analyze financial record.
Well, let me check.
So
He's not part of
I
this
see
one.
AI playing
He's not
a
here.
vital
He's not
role
part of this.
in the enterprise development of across Africa.
Bro, so you have put them up. Now this thing, see am now, bros. Anytime we this thing go off, with this one, we this and give me go off. Now this thing, I can get this issue.
Where that's what I say. Where is it coming from?
Now from this source you take give me.
Because all these things are tight. Plug and back.
I wish that no be now. Get this.
Right.
See, bros, when I even stop all these things now. See, no, 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 touch on please. I'm facing a lot here. Bro, come check your phone later. Leave it. Come check it later. We'll do all right. Don't go.
Oh, this
yeah,
one.
Oh, that water don't finish.
Can you guys hear me?
Jerry is asking if you can hear him. Can you project up?
We can hear you. Bro, it's just...
What do you think happens when you
Content. What kind of content? Eh?
That's what are you looking for? Nothing. Please tell her we need more context.
Like what kind of content? Is it a script or what? Specific.
I wish I don't have this rubbish this thing. Now you system bros, now when this thing should be I tell you say every time this thing blink, now this thing just they happen to me. Now what are they saying?
Bro, are we still on YouTube? He's trying to set it.
On YouTube. Are we still on YouTube?
Anyway, I'd like to first of all just if you like, you can read the paragraph again. Just commit to it. Don't do that and try to read it. I think nowadays, most
But wait, to Shay no say no me give you a feed again. Eh? And from that side, this thing they shake.
they were administered to or enjoined to the dragon. That's one of the things that
What's up now? Can we change the spot?
It's from that side. That thing is shaking. It's not here. I'm not giving you.
Let me get this line. Look at me first. Let me try something.
Yeah, I mean that. Don't use how the word and say what can be said. Say unless you are in what so that's I also wanted to just say that in terms of policies, that that are posed by artificial intelligence as well as psychology. I think one of the most fearsome one
Content. We're not responsible for content. That's media. We're just in charge of project. It's up to the media team.
Is the fact that it is not regulated. And as a matter of fact, that's why
Can I give you another
Like content.
Give you another HDMI. Make I
but then, as good as it is, and someone you
No worries, I think
how many of you saw that question where we talked about how they're
Yes,
going to
I'll use this one. Use this one.
funds, right? They are alive, all that part.
Of it to get something hybrid and stuff and all of that. But the truth remains that there are people who are unable to learn in such an accelerated manner. There are people who will definitely be displaced, right? So that's a key risk, to also look at. Then, as this also happens, I think the government will have to now start looking at ways to bring up regulations and policies around, that area. Because again, one of the things that can happen is that if you wanted to have me represent you somewhere and I'm turning you down, you can just use AI now to generate me and put me right there in your event and it happens. If you're a fashion person and you're building a fashion brand, you can get Will Smith to test out your clothes. And you see Will just put it on and he tells the people, yo, people, this is Will Smith and I'm rocking this fashion show with this. XYZ fashion brand, and they're doing all good right there. And that's all happening already. But if that was me, I would sue you for that. You know what I'm saying? So this is some of the things that we need to start thinking about, because this is a risk, and these are really, really going to happen. Be ready to see your faces and your brands in places that you never agreed for them to be. All of that are really going. So these are risks that are really happening. There are so much, we can talk about it all day, but these are things that are happening right now before our very nose. It is the evolution of technology. It is the evolution of the human race as we see it. I believe that we must accept it, we must embrace it, but then we must also quickly adapt and find solutions to them as they come.
Thank you so much. Ambassador, please.
All right. I think one of the ethical consideration we need to look into is security. In as much as you know how to develop those beautiful apps, and it all boils down to if your app is secure. You understand? Not just mobile app. Security is something that is everywhere. So even aside technology, security is something we all need to look into. So now there is this idea of the blockchain guys having this idea of, okay, the blockchain is safe, this, that. I have a friend back in, I think it should be 2022 or 2021. He created a cryptocurrency on the blockchain network, and it got hacked. And I'm sure many of you are surprised. Why? Because you have this
notion.
Yes, that, okay, blockchain is safe. Okay, let me give you this quick one. The blockchain is somehow safe, but your code on the blockchain is not safe if you don't look at the security aspects of it. So it's not all about writing a token or writing a cryptocurrency coin. You can write a cryptocurrency coin and someone will just drain it within seconds. But that does not define that the blockchain is not safe. It only it shows that the code you wrote are not well secured. So I think security is one of the key things we also need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've heard so much about regulation, and speaking about regulation, we know that regulation makes widespread adoption, or it hinders it in any emerging technology or anything coming up. So there was a national blockchain policy document that came up last year, and the former Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Pantami, signed that in collaboration with the presidency, because our former president actually did give his signature for that. And we have lots of other policy and documents that SEC have released in terms of blockchain and the like. So what are regulatory policies regulatory policies that can actually hinder the growth of artificial intelligence and blockchain technology in Nigeria and Africa at large? Let me start with you quickly.
Okay, now that's a tricky one. Okay, so when you talk about policies that can hinder the growth of AI in Nigeria and Africa, now it brings the question of how many of us have even adopted AI in the first place? So I talk to students a lot, and it's so disheartening that so many of them don't even know what ChatGPT is. Okay, we've got University of Abuja students here. If I'm to throw a question out there at upcoming and aspiring tech professionals, do you know what ChatGPT is? You'd be amazed to get a no for an answer. They don't. So AI has come to stay. It's here. It's been here for years. It's not cheap here, of course. But then it's not widespread yet in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So nobody cares about it right now here in Nigeria. So talking about policies for now, yeah, blockchain is a big thing because it's a global thing. that would definitely fly. But personally, I would say, okay, you know what? FG, the federal government, bring together all the players, all the AI players, from education to the military guys, the military chaps, to telecoms, to whatever field that is currently implementing solutions in artificial intelligence. Let's have a roundtable. What can we do to safeguard the future? You understand? I'll touch a bit on what Mr. Raphael here said. In terms of Sora AI, for example. So with a text, with a string, you can get Sora to do a video. But what's most creative don't really know is the fact that repetitiveness. Do you understand? Now that's one of the drawbacks of artificial intelligence. It becomes repetitive over time. So I could feed in a prompt, and you feed in that same prompt. In 5 attempts, you get the answer I got.
Okay.
In 3 attempts, I get the answer you got.
Okay.
So while it's a challenge to creatives, that repetitive stuff comes in. So back to policy. Well, we need to have a roundtable. Let's discuss the penetration of artificial intelligence first, and then we'll come up with ways. I'm sure you're aware of the NSB, Nigerian Startup Bill. They brought in all the players, unicorns and potential unicorns, and everybody came together. They had a roundtable. They figured it out. So we need to do the same thing for artificial intelligence, because the same thing has been done for blockchain, and it's working. Oh, is it?
Mr. Raphael, please. All right. So the question was policies that will hinder the growth of blockchain and AI, and so I think we've seen that last year, where as a matter of fact the CBN were really heavy on the use of people who were transacting with commercial banks. Anything that vaguely even had to do with cryptocurrency. As a matter of fact, if they saw any kind of semblance of anything crypto, they block it. They banned my account, a couple of times, and so so that was a thing. And you see what that did, was that it restricted people from, even trying to think about stuff in the crypto space. If you wanted to idealize or create a solution in that space and stuff, you see, people just were uninterested. As a matter of fact, at Grey Hub, which is an innovation hub in Kaduna State, we had people who at such times came up with ideas and said, "Oh, look, we're working on this idea, this, that," and of course, because it had to do with the cryptocurrency, sphere or space, we told them to hold on for a bit. It was until that new policy you referred to, came up, late last year, that we started to, accept people to come up with those ideas. We started to have roundtables to have conversations around it. So, of course, indeed, policies like that can hamper the growth, of these sectors. But then again, so we're really just going into artificial intelligence, and you see, one of the good things that's happening in this particular area is that people, globally, it's accepted because it has a lot of use cases, right? So you see students are able to use Aethor to generate their essays, ChatGPT to do this and that, and the growth is mad. It's happening all over the place. And so that's noteworthy. But however, as we start to see repetitiveness, like you just said, again, our regulators will be tempted to jump in and say, hey, look, because this is happening and because jobs are most likely going to be taken away from the hands of the creatives, or jobs are going to be taken away from the hands of XYZ kind of people, this has to be regulated. But I want, if there are any people from the government here who are in that space, I just want them to know not to over-regulate, right? Because as we have seen, over-regulation will only do one thing. It will put a cap to how much the innovators can think in that area. Once you start to overregulate it, people start to shut that side of their brain down. They start to think of any other thing apart from that, right? So okay, what idea is in agriculture? Okay, bring it. Okay, it's in this, bring it. Oh, it's in crypto. Next, So that.
Excuse me. Can you hear us?
All right.
Can
I
you
want to
hear us
ask
at
a
all?
question. Do we have regulation? Do we have policy rather on AI in Nigeria.
For now, not yet.
Because you were saying something, so I was surprised if we now have policy on.
But eventually we will.
Okay. Okay. I want to share a personal experience about the whole idea of blockchain and cryptocurrency. So I run a fintech, Utify Finance. So, and sometime last year, I was planning to partner with someone. So now the requirement is that I need to pull down anything blockchain because my fintech is we're trying to create a fintech on that blockchain technology. Now we were not including cryptocurrency. I'm talking about blockchain.
Yeah.
That is what we were planning to do. So, but because of the policy and the rest from CBN, he said we have to pull down anything blockchain. And I was trying to explain to him, blockchain and cryptocurrency, they are two different things. You understand? But they are not seeing it in that aspect, which is challenging. So, and there's this thing I want you guys to understand. Blockchain is not Bitcoin. Please, you need to understand this. Blockchain is not Bitcoin. Blockchain is a technology. I don't know if many of us know about the .com bubble. You understand? So it's a technology, and other technology will still come. Technology will still come. So we also need to understand that you can build on blockchain without creating cryptocurrency. I know cryptocurrency is one of the things that is making the CBN to, you understand, chase guys that are willing to build blockchain-based projects. It's really challenging. I think they need to look into that. It's still because you are like the fintech we're building. We're building it on the blockchain network, which we didn't even include anything cryptocurrency, but we had to remove it and change our idea back to the traditional way of how fintech run their structure. You understand? So it's challenging. I think we really need to look into that.
Thank you very much. Before we take final contributions, we have Matt and Tofan and others joining us online. Please, media, if you are ready, we'd like to get some contributions from Matt, Tofan, and others online. Thank you.
Hi guys, thank you so much for having me. It's really appreciated that you invite me all the way from London, streaming. The technology is not doing us any favours at the moment, unfortunately. I'm really pleased to be part of this. I myself was part of an AI business fairly recently, but I've been staving off starting anything in AI for about 8 years now, really waiting for the technology to get to the point where it's actually worth me diving into. So I've been in business for 35 years. I've seen a lot of stuff develop over time, as you can probably appreciate. AI, as some of the panelists have mentioned, is really here to stay. And I'm not going to get involved in regulation or anything like that. But what's really important is to understand that this is an incredible tool that people that want to start an early stage business can use and can really help them to grow their business rapidly. If you're interested in starting a business, this is absolutely the best time I've ever seen to start a company, because AI tools that are out there at the moment are really helping you fast track that process. Now, you don't have to be a market leader to be able to make an enormous impact, enormous amount of money, and make a real waves in the market. What you need is your really original idea, and then being able to work with experts to find out what technologies you can do to help you, and what AI specifically can help you with to amplify the productivity of your particular business. So that's what I would encourage people that are looking in this conference wanting to start a business on their own.
Microsoft, cool, and Elon Musk and cool. And then it became a whole lot easier. Now we have an AI marketplace where you can do anything. So it was very expensive, and now it's cheaper. So you can leverage on artificial intelligence to build different solutions. And one interesting fact about this is, so what you're doing currently that works could work better when you bring in artificial intelligence into it. Right. You could automate a whole lot by bringing AI into it. And we are not even at AGI yet, artificial general intelligence. We are not close. We're a step in the right direction, but we're not close yet. That is the point where we start talking about job displacement, Bishop. When we get to AGI, a whole lot of people are going to go out of jobs, and new people will come into those jobs. So is it really jobs displacement? No. You're taking the people who has refused to go with the trend out of their old jobs, and then the new people who can use these tools. Sora will not use itself now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need human
fewer
beings.
people.
Exactly. Do you understand?
There are going to be fewer people. All right.
Thank you
So
so
let's
much.
just take it from there. I just want to encourage all the creatives in the house to, as far as AI, as much as we know that AI, yes, is coming to do a lot of creative stuff, to not be afraid of it. And so I'm taking it from what he has just said. That's what is called hybrid, so to say. So you can use that to empower yourself. The AI by design is picking off of the data sets that it's got, millions and billions of them, to come up with any idea. So by that standard, it is safe to say that it is a bit more intelligent than you, right? And so if you wanted to do a painting, for example, of a child in a park, so to say, you can start off by saying that, okay, give me 5 beautiful out of the world painting of a child in a park. And it gives you, so that starts your idea. And then you can build off of it to put your finesse on top of it. So that's a hybrid of you and AI now. You see that? So it's more of you thinking of how you can use that to help empower yourself, not completely dependent on it, but also look at ways that you can put your touch of excellence on top of that and see where you can take it. And also for Respectech, I'm just going to put that out there, that you guys to look at how to use AI to do a lot of job matching, because it's going to be, of course, a lot of employers who are looking to hire, and there are going to be a lot of talents also signing up with you guys. So in that process, try to see how you can have your models trained, and let that also maybe somehow include the kind of learning tracks that these talents will have learned, especially if they were trained, under your platform and stuff. And those who aren't, let's also see how we can accommodate all the nuances of all the spaces and see how, AI can contribute heavily to matching from talents to employers, wherever they may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So I quickly just want to add to what Raphael just said. Matchmaking, we can actually help with that. So we can help you build models.
Awesome.
That matches this talents and jobs.
Okay. We are both Raphaels, by the way.
Both Raphaels. Okay, let me add to what they said. Please, we need to embrace AI. I think for some of us that still have this phobia of AI replacing our job, please, you need to take advantage of it. It's very important. It's very, very important. I think from today, I think from this moment, you really need to look at how AI can improve your field of study, can improve your job in the office. AI to me is something that has made it easy for a lot of us, especially we, the founders, because there are a lot of emails and so many other things that you really need to crack your head to do that. But with AI, you can smartly do that within a minute. You understand? So please embrace AI, and also the government should try and look into this. Bitcoin is not blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
Media, please, do we have them back? Okay, please. So we can just have short.
I think from today, I think from this moment, I mean, you really need to look at how AI can improve your job in the office. AI to me is something that only we the founders, because a lot of emails and so many other.
Media, can you please assist us?
A minute, understand? So please embrace AI, and also we should try and look into this. Bitcoin.
I think you've got a bit of a delay, guys, but I'll just say something quickly if it helps. So for me, I'm a serial entrepreneur.
Okay, Matt, please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ray, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So Matt, just give us a short final contribution to our discourse, please. Thank you.
Sure, that'd be great. Sorry, you had so many technical difficulties today. So my background is as a serial
Media, please
entrepreneur.
increase the volume.
So I'm a techpreneur. I was born in Australia and I went to the States, and now I'm based in Europe. So I really didn't want to get involved in AI for many, many years. But within the last year or so, it's really reached that tipping point that's starting to generate the kind of interest from investors and entrepreneurs alike, that I think that it's really worth myself and you at home, or you there at the conference, to really look into what AI can do for you. So putting aside the idea of AI working on a government or a national or an international level, but how can it work for you as an individual? How can it work for your business, your new business idea you've got, or your current corporation? I highly advise you to really look at this carefully, because it really is here to stay, and it really is something that's going to make such a big impact, and can make a big impact on a lot of people's lives. You don't have to be the leader in AI. You don't have to create a brand new custom-built AI from scratch for yourself at the cost of millions or billions of dollars. You can really use it as a fantastic tool, and I encourage you to do the research to do that. There's been a lot of great speakers talking about a lot of things, from scary things to really amazing things, but you yourself need to go in there and really look at this tool. What can it do for you? And I highly encourage you to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. To Ray, please, we've been discussing about AI and blockchain, and I would like to ask you to kindly and briefly tell us the key implementation, how we can implement these in the African continent. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, so as far as AI goes, we all need to understand and respect who's training these AIs that we're going to be using. Who's training them? Is it our people? Or is it the same people that got us into this mess that we're in? The same imperialistic factions that made Africa the most over-regulated region in the entire world through their puppets and colonial clerks. The same imperialist forces that have segregated Africa financially and kept us from being able to trade with each other. The same imperialist forces that make the word Africa and Africans synonymous with poverty, disease, and corruption. So let's be wary of who's training these AIs that we're using. Yes, it can be a great tool for you to make pretty pictures and automate your work, kind of like knowing how to code, and I encourage people to learn how to do that. You need to use AI. Don't let AI use you. And remember who's training this AI. It is not our friends. If Africans are going to do AI, propose our own AI, the African Initiative. AI programmed by us that will implement our natural practices in agriculture, in medicine, not these same imperialist factions that have been training us through the media and control of search engines. Do not let them import wholesale their control matrix into AI. Just be wary of that. Understand that we must use the technology. Technology must not use us. That's all I'll say about AI. As far as blockchain, yes, blockchain is not Bitcoin. Blockchain is like PlayStation. Bitcoin is one of those killer apps on it. Yes, it's very, very useful. Why? Because it's borderless and permissionless. Pan-African continental trade, if you look up the numbers, it's at 13% officially. But actually, the real number is less than 1% if you count purely African-owned entities. In Europe, it's 70%. Think about that for a minute. Europe trades with each other at 70%. We trade with each other, the 54 states of Africa, at less than 1%. That is not an accident. That's not because Africans don't want to trade with each other. It is because a system of financial apartheid has been purposely enforced upon us. What we need is this new global financial architecture that every African leader has been asking for. President Ruto of Kenya just asked for it recently in front of the heads of state of Europe, and they kind of laughed. Ha ha. Did you really think we were serious? They will never give us this system. They do not want Africans to trade with each other. Understand what happened to the last that tried to make that happen. He got blown up live on national television. Understand how pervasive the system is, where it's not just to the banks and telcos that this matrix of financial apartheid is imposed. It's even now being imposed in crypto. America just took over Binance. And the first thing the American Compliance Monitor did when he took over the company, and they did take over.
Amazing, Ray. Thank you. Thank you so much. I heard that we truly need a global financial structure. So thank you. We're running out of time, and we would hope to see you much sooner. Please, a hand for your panelists. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Tufan. It was.
Thank you so much to everyone. And I would just like to give a parting word. Thank you to everybody that attended. We've been here since morning and we've had lots of panel sessions, keynote speeches and all. I have a role model from afar who is the current Vice President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And this man built a library worth billions of dirhams, millions of USD for his people. And when he was asked during the commissioning of that library in Dubai, he said he wants his people to be in the forefront of innovation because learning is what brings innovation. When you know, you actually do more. So you've learned a lot here. Kindly put it into action. Thank you so much for having us. This is my time. Thank you.
All right, bro. Well, I'll catch you later, man. Good stuff. He cut me off, man. You believe that, bro? I was ready to drop some bombs, man. I was just getting warmed up, bro.
Yeah, I heard you, mate. Thanks so much for me. Nice to meet you. Okay, all right.
So thank you everyone for your time. Thank you for listening. I hope that we've gained a lot, we've learned a lot. So let's not remember, tomorrow is also another amazing experience loading. We have a lot of more interaction. For those of you looking for jobs, we'll have announcements on jobs, we'll have people that you can speak to, know what it is to do and how you need to improve. So I want to say big thanks to everyone.
and you can enjoy like a lot of stands outside, see what's happening. And thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.